Hi, everyone. We're going to get started. Hi, I'm Charlotte Howard. I'm executive editor of The Economist. And welcome to what is the biggest event in a series of events that we've done with the support of IBM on data. Today's event is the Data Dividend, Scaling and Accelerating the Impact of AI with Trusted Data. And this event has toured many different cities, including San Francisco, Charlotte, Mumbai, and Milan. I had the pleasure of actually kicking off the first of the in-person events on this back in 2022 in the spring in San Francisco. And it's amazing that in a year and a half, the landscape has changed so significantly. We had a fascinating conversation that day that talked about AI, but if you think about even in the past 6 months, let alone the past 18 months, how much has changed in conversations about generative AI and their applications to business, this current meeting could not be more timely. You have a suite of regulatory actions that either are advancing or actually starting to be implemented, right, as governments think more aggressively about this challenge and opportunity. You see actors in the public and private sector really trying to get their arms around this enormous change. People in the tech world who are, of course, prone to hyperbole, but talking about this as a real Promethean moment. And so in this room and in other conversations, you see business leaders grappling in real time with thinking about how this fits in to their existing strategy, how their entire business models may be transformed by this technology, how to reap the benefits of this while mitigating what are significant risks, right? Both legal risks, regulatory risks as the government starts to implement regulatory regimes that, candidly, we know they're going to get wrong initially, right? And also thinking about how this affects the workforce culture, ability to recruit the right kinds of people, what you do with the people who may not have a future within a given organization. It's a really complicated time, but also one that is rife with opportunity. And so I hope that today you hear from different organizations who are thinking about this question in a really serious way. And there's a lot to learn from each other in conversation, because no one, I don't think, though people in this room may have a different answer, I don't think anyone has quite completely figured this out yet, right? Everyone is figuring it out right now. And so it's really productive, I think, to have these types of debates, which are rigorous. I know we'll have different points of view within the room, and I look forward to participating in some of them. So we have a whole number of sessions today. There's going to be stuff about data inputs, AI governance, how you start to scale up generative AI as a tool in businesses. And we have an audience that's joining live, which is fantastic, tuning in virtually via live stream. And the full forum, including a debate that's going to happen later today, is available both to people in the room and online. I want to thank IBM, who's the sponsor of this, for making not just this event, but the other events that we've had on data and AI possible. Thank you to the speakers in advance for everything that you're going to share with us. And then we really do, candidly, honestly, want your feedback about how the event is going. At the end of the day, there's a survey to fill out. And if you scan the links, which should be available, I think, on the tables outside, we can think about how to make these events even better than the fantastic event we're going to have today. But we're going to start with Sudeep to talk about, just to set the stage a bit for the conversations for the rest of the day. We have an array of fantastic speakers, but I think, Sudeep, I'm so glad to have you kick us off. Sudeep Kesh is the Chief Innovation Officer for S&P Global. But before I ask you a question, I want to pose a question to the audience. How many people are being asked by their CEO to develop an AI strategy? How many people think that they have a coherent AI strategy in place? All right, so that's pretty notable that at least 7 of you in a room of a few hundred have some confidence in what you're deploying. I think one thing that's fascinating, we had a conversation among general counsels earlier this fall, where they're, of course, very much thinking about how this ripples across their companies. Every single hand in the room shot up I think there was maybe one hand for someone who thought they had an AI strategy that made sense, which was telling. So you really see people grappling with this and excited about it, but unsure of how to proceed. So Siddhi, in your role at S&P, thinking about innovation on a company of that scale, which obviously has huge amounts of data to work with, how have you been thinking historically about AI as a tool, and then how have the past 6, 9 months, year, 12 months of advances in generative AI changed how you think about it as a tool within S&P?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun actually, because it's like I've been able to have a front row seat since the late '90s on looking at machine learning, computer vision, things like that. I'm sure a number of the other folks in the room can sort of attest to that. So it's a bit of a it's a nice moment, right? Like where it's like, okay, finally, a lot of the things that we've been dreaming of are actually sort of coming true. So some of the ways that we've been using machine learning, I would sort of qualify at S&P would be, for mining data for things like default probabilities. Companies, what's the propensity for them to default? So we have some modeling and things like that. We'll also look at issuance volume. So like to say, okay, on an economic basis, where are bits of the economy growing and where are they going to be able to tap capital markets, and use that to basically sort of project growth, but also look at where some of the pockets of risks may be developing. So if markets become particularly frothy or things like that, they usually send some signs. And you can measure that using machine learning models and things like that. With generative AI, it really kind of changed the game in terms of being able to machine read loan documents. So like for particularly with an area of finance called securitization, bankers will basically sort of package these loans together. So it'd be 100,000 mortgages. There's no way you could read all of those mortgage documents and things like that. And now you can. So it's basically, I think a lot of the things that I look to the manufacturing industry for with telemetry in terms of machining, and then you can kind of use those for human safety and things like that. Now that becomes sort of a provenance of everyone in terms of being able to measure data, measure documents, collect all these kinds of things, and then do something with it. Now, I think the tricky thing with generative AI is that we have to really differ. I treat like the mining operation and the generation operation as an ordinal pair. And they're not the same thing. So there's basically one sort of set of instrumentation to be able to collate all of this data and put it together and then find some pattern. But then there's also sort of the summary function of telling it to be actionable. And I think that not decoupling those and treating them as sort of independent processes would be a mistake. And that's I think some of the things that we're particularly sensitive about, is that you don't want to exacerbate biases. You don't want to have incorrect decisions or unfair decisions. That would be the worst thing that could happen, because we didn't have proper risk management on the process and so on.
The idea of being able to comb through mortgage documents and identify trends within securitization, it makes me wonder if the whole financial crisis could have been avoided with one of these tools. It's a big if, but
yeah. Maybe. And to that point, I mean, like a lot of these technologies existed at the time of the financial crisis, but they haven't been put together like Lego blocks in the same way that we have now. Like a lot of the transformer in particular, it's a game changer, right, in terms of being able to connect these. But you're absolutely right, where lots of historical events, you can say, well, what if we actually had access to this technology? And I don't get bothered too much, because it's like we're always progressing. That's just part of the human nature. And we try to do better. And I think reasonably, artificial intelligence will help us kind of be better humans, I think.
So I want to ask about broader applications, but just to stick with a specific example within S&P for now. How has the work of your staff that take the mortgage example, how has the work of your teams that used to have some responsibility over that, how has that changed as you're now using AI as a complementary tool?
Yeah, well, it hasn't been entirely implemented yet, so some of the work has been unchanged. What we're trying to do is change a lot of the process engineering to, instead of be very human-focused on the sort of tactical things, reading financial statements, reading the documents, trying to collate these things, find the patterns, be able to use artificial intelligence and other sort of machine learning tools to help treat all of that data as telemetric data. And the nice thing with the credit ratings business is that we have these things called management meetings, where you can actually have an insider conversation with the management of the company. And that's where you can really sort of get this gut feeling and checks and things like that to see what's going on in terms of business risk. What I think is that if the analysts can focus more on that, that's the stuff that's way harder to do. And it requires kind of that human touch, the relationships and things like that, to be able to kind of have, attune your spider senses, to be able to kind of pick up on that. And I think the artificial intelligence work would then really be on how to validate it, how to comb through the documentations and give you, a signal of, this thing looks suspicious. Maybe I should ask some more questions. And I think through those questions, that's where you really begin to gain some trust. And I think the data, it really becomes the architecture that allows that trust to take place.
Do you find that the skills then that are prioritized among your staff will change dramatically as some of these AI tools do what might have once been the most valuable set of skills that a given member of S&P would have, that you're now prioritizing different capabilities?
Yeah, and I think it's always I want to use a better word than arms race, because it's like whatever the positive version of that is.
Yeah.
So I think 10 years ago or so that in financial services, everybody would say, you know what, I know you're really good at Excel and doing these kinds of things. Maybe you should consider Python and R and do things in terms of a more sort of systematic process. That's been happening more and more. I think one of the neat things now with generative AI in particular is the ability for non-coders to be able to actually write software. So I think that it still requires some basic sort of foundational knowledge of processes, the operations, the risk management, governance, all of those things embedded in the systems. But the actual tooling, I think, is going to be more and more AI based, and the skill set is going to be how do you use these tools in your work as opposed to doing the processes manually, or just being a software engineer. I think there's plenty of work for software engineers as well as analysts and so on.
Yeah, I was talking with someone at a very big tech company who will go unnamed on this question of the historical real reverence that were placed in engineers, rightly so. But now there's actually kind of a reshifting happening where engineers are still really valued, but increasingly there's more of an emphasis on something that I think in the past would have been characterized as soft skills, right? But the analytical skills of being able to apply a given tool. So I want to ask you about that a bit more broadly than just the S&P example, but what you see in your company as well as in, I'm sure, peers with whom you're speaking about this. If a company has a given strategy, right? This is what we're doing, and this is our 5-year plan, and then all of a sudden, like an absolute freight train, you have generative AI coming in and having the potential, at least the proclaimed potential, to transform for the better everything that a given company is doing.
Yep.
How should a company think about that, just from first principles?
I think it's the same way, right? So like a lot of companies in COVID, for example, nobody was preparing for a pandemic. A lot of the companies that fared better were preparing for an outright trade war with China. So in terms of supply chain disruption, it happened in a very, very different form to what was planning. And I think good strategy would be, dotting your I's and crossing your T's and so on. And I think in the sense that the generative AI surge was indeed surprising. But you always have these kind of surprises. So I think that what businesses really need to do is kind of focus on their customers, what problems they're trying to solve, the capabilities, and then I think AI kind of gives superpowers to a lot of those capabilities to actually execute on those on that strategy. If that strategy is flawed, meaning that you have an extreme dependence on one thing or another, absolutely, then things need to change. And I think it's one of those things. It's healthy to be conversant about all of these different issues. But the analogy that comes to mind is if you're going to remodel your house, you don't just take a circular saw, just walk around the house and say, how can I use this? It's just like you're trying to solve a problem. And I think AI solves this huge variety of problems, but it is a tool that should be endogenized into that strategy. Data, I would say that should, in order to use AI in any capacity, you need data. And you're not going to have data if you just will it. You have to actually do the hard work to say, okay, what are the different elements of data and what are the different sort of tools and architecture that we can re-engineer our process to be able to capture to be able to kind of use those in the field. So whether that's customer experience information, things in terms of risk management, measuring sort of the exogenous factors and things like that. All of that data, you have to think about it, and you have to think about how to collect it, and then you actually have to make the effort of collecting if you're going to stand a chance at using it.
So to elaborate on that, maybe could you describe the systems that need to be in place? Because you said you've been thinking about this since the late 90s, and now this dream is coming to fruition.
Yeah.
So in some ways, it sounds like your organization was primed, right, to be able to take advantage of this by collecting data. But can you be more specific in terms of what are the conditions that a company needs to have in order to harness this most effectively?
Yeah, so in terms of, like within S&P, a lot of this stuff is text, right? So in terms of like taking financial statements and things like that, a lot of those are text. There's numbers in text, and those can be assessed as well. So being able to vectorize a lot of that information into something that's mineable is helpful. Using natural language processing, especially on earnings calls, transcripts, things like that, it's quite helpful to assess some level of tonality and some risk and things like that, and measure that. And there's lots of different applications as well. So in manufacturing operations, there's Internet of Things, where you could basically have these like sensors that don't do much on their own, but they may measure things like acoustic signals to say, I think about Car Talk, that old radio show, where if the machine sounds like this, then there may be a problem. And if you could do preemptive diagnostics and things like that, you may actually save lives of people on the workshop floor. You may not waste as much material. You may reduce your costs and things like that. So I think it's one of those things. Just like look at all of the business operations as a value chain, and then just try to find those inflection points where you may have data that might be able to get you ahead of some problems that you would need to solve. Through that exercise, I think you're going to reduce your risk, but it's also going to amplify your opportunities, because now you're able to really measure what's going on in all of these operational processes. And I think that's true of any business, even person-to-person businesses. If you can think about what is it at the heart of the information that you're exchanging with your customers and so on, how do you measure that? And then I think you can design performance systems to help you along the way.
I'm going to ask you a few more questions, but start getting your questions ready, because all of these panels will have the opportunity to pose questions directly to the speakers. What are some of the problems that you've encountered? I'm sure it's not all smooth sailing. So what, in the past 10 months, what's been a challenge for you?
Probably safe to say that we're all facing this as well, is that, to the hammer, everything looks like a nail. So it's just like every problem, how can we stick AI on it? And it's just solve that. It's just like, that's not really how it works. You have to kind of think about, process engineering. So a lot of times, and frankly, I think you get a lot of folks that just want to use it because they want to be first, right? And then I think it creates a lot of noise in terms of what are some of, the project list. And if you're dealing with, 8 projects or 10 projects or something like that, then that's a manageable thing to actually facilitate those conversations. If you're having 1,000 projects, then you need to be really, intentional about how do you slice and dice these projects so that way the good ideas come through the filter, and then you could actually be conversant. And then the other ideas are not bad ideas. They just may be sort of more difficult to implement. There's a variety of reasons. So how do you then shelve those with enough information about the projects that you can actually pull them off the shelf? And that's no small thing. And I think there's just been a huge growth in a lot of these projects and ideas and things like that, which I love. Like it's especially in the innovation space. All ideas are good, that's a good thing, and you want those to be kind of democratized. It's just it's a lot of work to sift through all these things and figure out what comes on top, and then also kind of recognize that a decision you made 6 months ago in terms of prioritization may no longer be relevant to your earlier question, and being able to really kind of traverse that time scale is tricky, and I think it's just been more and more amplified.
Yeah. I think all organizations probably have some sort of experience in setting a roadmap and then having that road look like a roller coaster, and I imagine that's particularly true for AI.
Yeah, exactly.
What structure have you put in place to try to deal with that?
Yeah, we have a couple governance structures. So there's ones at the enterprise level in terms of steering to be able to kind of have essentially adjudicate some of the processes and projects. So that way there's at least kind of this intentional learning organization where if a product goes forward, then you know what capabilities you're working with. If a product failed, then you know why it failed, so that way you still know what capabilities you have or what deficits you might have. So we have this sort of multi-tier. Like all human-based systems, you have to communicate, and that's, I think, the pace that we're moving. Sometimes it's very difficult to really, facilitate, meaningful, communication and that. But I think one of the things that we kind of learned out of with the pandemic and things like that is being able to really get in touch meaningfully with video calls and things like that with practically anyone at any time. So I think we're more tooled to do it. We haven't figured out a way to invent more time. So that's the
I'm waiting for that.
The tricky, yeah.
Okay, maybe by the end of the day, someone will have come up with that. That'll be
one
real
of the
value
7,
add.
hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we have time for a few questions. Yes, someone will come to a microphone with you if you just tell us your name and organization, please. Thank you.
Good morning. Ralf Neueneier, Siemens Technology. Sudeep, thank you for all your nice comments. You think like a Siemens engineer, so coming from
Is that a compliment or?
That's
I'm taking it as well.
Familiar. And I think we are the oldest, biggest company. Maybe not the biggest, not the oldest, but the oldest, biggest. One question I have, based on all the data you have and the insight, which verticals, which market segments are embracing this AI, generative AI, the most, and which are lagging but should do more, from your perspective?
Yeah, so I think the core of our business is basically those credit ratings and things like that. So if you look at the portfolio of where the most data is that's untapped, that's at some of those loan documentation and things like that in terms of a pragmatic reason. I think in terms of some of the untapped and huge potential, there's things in terms of cyber risk where there's a lot of different telemetric instrumentation that can be measured. It's very difficult to, I think one of the things that, in our business that we would really think about is not necessarily just kind of cyber risk in a vacuum, but how that actually kind of facilitates a risk management and a governance conversation. And that is a very kind of human work that should be also sort of grounded in data. And I think the biggest one would actually be in the area of sustainability, which there's lots of different new ways of measuring things that's happening in the climate. What is the ways to basically assess materiality and be able to kind of connect these dots. Now, without a lot of standards, and I think the same is true for things that aren't in regulated financial markets, there's risk there, but there's not necessarily standards. And I think that's some of the stuff that's going to need to be tightened up in order to be able to really measure things effectively and be able to facilitate change. And in our case, a risk discussion about that.
Other questions? Yes, we have 3 in a row here. So let's start in the furthest in the back and then progress forward.
Hi, Muiz Mulani from Goldman Sachs. Thank you so much for your comments. My question is around decision-making around credit ratings. So as you know, there are objective measures and there's subjective measures as well. So as we go into generative AI, how do you balance and how do you train and what are your thought process on ethically making those decisions and allowing generative AI to give you that commentary to be able to make those decisions and basically what a human does today?
Yeah, a lot of it is, that's a great question. And I think it's one of these things, we're thinking about it, we're in the very early days because it's a highly regulated industry. So a lot of the regulation is based on what we call a criteria or methodology, which specifies exactly what are those quantitative factors, what are those qualitative factors, and so on. One of the things I'm personally interested in is how you can use machine learning algorithms to help measure things like bias in order to help facilitate that fair decision making and eliminate some of the what otherwise could be dangerous noise. Like if you take the noise as signal and then make decisions based on that, bad things are going to happen. So I think it's one of those things we could also use the machine learning and artificial intelligence algorithms to be able to kind of watch our back a little bit and constantly calibrate. But ultimately, I think it's one of these things for now. These decisions really need to be kind of a human judgment call and use a lot of the machine learning as the instrumentation to facilitate that decision making, as opposed to orchestrate it.
Thank you. There was a gentleman who was just a bit further forward. Yes. With the, yep, if you raise your hand. Thank you.
Hey, Sudeep, good morning. I'm Giri Muthukrishnan. I'm the CIO for Exforia Technologies. I used to be with JP Morgan prior to this and heading AI solutions. So one of the biggest challenges that I've seen there is the landscape on AI changes so dramatically and drastically. As the provider of the largest data, the mission-critical data, S&P provides all sensitive data. So how do you keep up with all the changing landscape? Because if you take AI, there are at least 20 variations of that. How do you see which one is suitable, and how do you keep changing to that?
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm on the credit ratings business. We have another division called Market Intelligence, which provides a lot of that information that you're talking of. A lot of the sort of the priorities have been at converting and digitizing a lot of information, analog information, and basically having channels to do so. And search has been heretofore pretty terrible, frankly. So we're trying to amplify, basically use AI to help identify how to mine those data streams and be able to provide those to customers and so on. So it's really at in terms of priorities. It's what are the capabilities that can ultimately deliver that data rather than the data itself. Now, of course, you have to do both, but I think that's the most meaningful direct impact is actually, how to have an AI-powered shovel to be able to kind of mine all this stuff. And then once you have those those channels, then you could basically pipe the dirt and the concrete, whatever the analogy you want to use, through those pipes.
Okay. Thanks.
There was one other gentleman with a question, but we're actually going to go to you're in luck because Sudeep is trapped. He's participating in the next panel, so we'll get to your question after the next. We have two other panelists I'd like to invite on stage. Patrick Bangert, who's the Senior Vice President of Data Analytics and AI for Sears, as well as Ash Duper, the Chief Data Officer for BAE Systems, and Matt Lewis, the Chief Artificial and Augmented Intelligence Officer for Inizio. But please do thank Sudeep for the conversation this far. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Matt, if you come join us here, thank you. So we're going to provide a bit more detail into differing perspectives on some of the themes that Sudeep raised, and I'm glad that we have the opportunity to dive a little bit deeper. And there's quite a diversity of industries represented on stage with me at the moment. So I think what's really interesting is people talk about these tools as if they're going to be helpful to everybody, but of course, every company is idiosyncratic. I'm kind of tempted to quote Tolstoy, every company is dealing with its own problems in a very particular way, right? So all great companies work well. Maybe all companies struggle with AI in their own idiosyncratic manner, but I think there are lessons to be learned from each of you as you think about deploying some of these tools. So I thought that, Patrick, we might start with you to ask about the hype here. I mean, there's so much hype, and I think you see that reflected in what Sudeep was mentioning in the enthusiasm within companies to say, oh, we have any problem, how can we solve this with AI? And it can create a kind of exciting and innovative, but borderline potentially chaotic environment, right, where people are distracted by this, and at the same time you need to continue to run a company and meet the long-term goals of a given CEO. So how do you piece apart the hype from what's actually practical and useful, particularly in the short term?
Indeed, there is a lot of hype. And of course, in the technology industry, everything is awesome and perfect, right? And so we have to distinguish the propaganda from reality. I would say about 90% of what you hear is propaganda and 10% is reality. So you have to divide that up. And as Sudeep said, you have to focus on the challenge that you're trying to solve, not on the hammer that somebody advertises. And that's what the technology industry does. It advertises the hammer. It forgets about your nail because it's looking at everybody. So I think we need to more or less ignore what the technology industry says and focus on the problems that the company has in-house to clearly define what is the challenge, where is the business value, and then to assess whether or not AI is a useful tool to solve it. Maybe it's not, maybe it is, fine. But to also look at what AI can do. There are a few things that AI can do a little bit faster, a little bit more efficiently than before, but there are a few things that are what I would call net new, which prior to very recently, we just simply could not do. Now we can. And those are cases that are often ignored by businesses as internal challenges. They've never been viewed as challenges because they've been viewed as impossible. Now they are possible. You can write a marketing email to an audience of 1. Previously, that would have been impossible because of too expensive. You can search in a secure way all of the documents, including text, slides, video, audio, across your entire enterprise in a secure and data governance way. Previously, you just couldn't do that. So those are some of the net new use cases that do, in fact, offer lots of business value. Yes, you can also have a headshot that looks like a Viking done by AI. That's cool, but it offers no value. So distinguish the consumer-oriented propaganda from the stuff that's actually of business value to you.
I mean, I think the Viking point is probably subjective, right? Some people would find that of value. But I'm wondering, McKinsey has looked at this among the many consultancies, right, that's looking at how to help business think about this challenge. And they broke it up. They said, I think it was 3/4 of business applications they thought would be in customer operations, marketing, software engineering, and R&D. Does that sound right to you, Ash?
Yes. If you're thinking specifically about generative AI, then yes. But I would say that generative AI is only the tip of the iceberg. What it has done is an amazing job of opening the doors at the C-suite level of understanding the value of the data and analytics. But generative AI by itself is not the full solution that you should be thinking about, because there's a lot more with AI that can be done and can be harnessed to really make your company more profitable, to really make it more efficient, and to really be competitive. You need to embrace a series of AI tools.
So are you basically saying, I mean, when I think about what causes a CEO to pay attention to a given opportunity, because there are so many different things a CEO can pay attention to, in the pandemic, you had supply chain and risk experts that were hitherto present within a company, but certainly not prioritized. And all of a sudden, they became the heart of the business, right?
Right.
And is this a similar shock where generative AI has had a real impact because every single board is talking about it, every single investor call is talking about it, and now what used to be a nice to have is central to how companies are thinking about this on the C-suite level?
I think so. That is exactly what's going on, is the pressure or the hype, as you say, has been created. But it's not just the hype, to take that thread from there as well, there's a lot of substance. I mean, November last year is when OpenAI brought this change to us. And there's a sea of change that we are seeing in the last 12 months. So there is some real value. What Patrick was saying, there is a lot of things that generative AI can now do for a common person. So hence, that opening of the door at the C-suite level and now being able to take a step further is what is at the core and heart of what this is all about.
I have some specific questions I want to ask you about BAE and the other companies where you've worked. We were chatting before this, and Ash has a real diversity of experience that I think will be useful and interesting to the audience. But before that, Matt, I wanted to ask you a bit about something that everyone has mentioned to date, but I think would be helpful to have a bit more granular understanding on, which is there's this big thing happening across the tech landscape. You have these proselytizers in Silicon Valley, who I think people call them visionaries. Sometimes I'm wondering who's hallucinating here when people talk about hallucinatory results from generative AI. But what are the real practical applications now? If you were to assess kind of easy wins for companies, is there anything that you would put in that category, regardless of company type, that you think is a good place for a given company to start as they think about these tools?
Sure. I mean, I think it's similar to what Sudeep was saying earlier in the comments directly. It's, you know, if you only have a nail, everything looks like a hammer. And if you're only, you know, kind of wanting to get from here to Westchester, you can take the train, but it's going to take a lot longer than, you know, many other ways, because you've got to go wait at Metro North and wait for the train to come, and et cetera, and eventually you'll get there. But there are a lot faster ways. Like, you can take a helicopter, that'd be much faster. Like, generative is like that. Like, you know, there are ways of doing things the way we've always done them, but there are many faster, more efficient, effective ways that now exist. It's just a choice that businesses have. It's not like the use cases that exist out in the world or as consumers are new use cases. We've always had them. It's just the solutions weren't palpable. They weren't conspicuous. They didn't exist. Now it's just a matter of choosing to walk that path as opposed to the paths we've always walked. Within life sciences, and some of you in this audience are clients of ours, so I just want to be fully transparent about that. Like Siemens, for example, is a client of ours. The use cases are so broad and so deep that we could be here till tomorrow night talking about use cases. There are over 600 use cases in life sciences alone that are true, valid, and already demonstrated to be useful across the organization. I've been in artificial intelligence for 14 years, and for most of the last 14, it was really like an interesting, really novel, exciting tactic to me, but not so much to all of you, to at least the clients. It was like, cool, that's neat. Let's do something with machine learning or deep learning or NLP, and maybe it'll be helpful. But to your point, like over the last year, now there's like a real interest in the space, and all the use cases that we tried out 8, 10, 12, 14 years ago that didn't go so well now actually work. And as a result, the generative AI kind of land and expand consideration is opening up the door for additional AI considerations across the business. And the McKinsey report that came out, the major report for transformation, is that AI will affect $1 trillion, multiple trillions of dollars in the economy, both with generative as well as with machine learning and deep learning and NLP. But it's not for lack of trying to find use cases. It's extremely easy to find use cases. In life sciences, there's a separate McKinsey report for life sciences that came out about 4 months ago, and they identified 4 things. They said the first one is in insight generation. So it's, you know, identifying and helping humans, largely subject matter experts, strategists, medical writers, medical directors, scientists, researchers, people that know science, that know technical information really well, but sometimes in that sea of information have a difficult time raising it up, surfacing it, so that it can provide value to patients and clinicians and people that are suffering from illness that make their lives more difficult than it has to be. AI is exceptional at that, exceptional. And I've been doing this work for my entire career, 25 years. It is a slog. Doing it the actual way, the human way, is really painful. Everyone hates doing it. If you go talk to actual people that do this for a living, they'll tell you it's the most distasteful part of their work. They'd rather be doing almost anything else. When you add and juxtapose AI on top of it, it is enjoyable and engaging, and it actually works. And that's just one small use case. There are hundreds of them. Then on the other side of the McKinsey's ladder, they talk about things like content generation, to the points of crafting emails for individuals. On the life sciences side, it's more about every single study, every research, every clinical trial, every activity that goes on across the world that looks at new science for drugs, devices, digital therapeutics, anything that affects our health has to get published, right? Right now, the time from origination to publication, that is when the study breaks and there's results, to the time it actually gets published, is about 14 months. So right now, there's a study that might affect the health of your sister, your mom, your dad, your brother, your kid, but it's sitting on the shelf somewhere waiting to get published. It won't get published until February 2025 because it's human-led. Generative AI can speed time to production to probably 3 months instead of 14 months. Getting science that already exists, it's not creating new science, getting existing science into the world and speeding time to outcomes like your actual health.
So Matt, I want to interrupt you.
There are a couple other things as well, but I might be a little passionate about this. I apologize.
No, I think it's good. I think we're at 11 o'clock in the morning, and you got to get the passion fired up. I want to ask you, though, about the 600 use cases that you just described. Okay, so you have 600 use cases. It'd be hugely effective for life sciences. How on earth does a life science company decide which of those 600 use cases it puts into practice?
Yeah, I mean, so the comments that Sudeep made earlier today, it's not a matter of trying to kind of fabricate them from thin air. Most companies that are out there in the world, like the big companies that exist, the companies that you all know already, that are down the street, that used to be down the street on 42nd Street, down Hudson Yards, for example, or other companies out in the world, like they have strategic plans, they have marketing plans, they already have things they want to do. It's not a matter of trying to find the things that AI fits for. It's really just a matter of looking at their actual plans and figuring out how to amplify those things using generative or potentially traditional kind of light foundational AI. But usually it starts with generative. So it is a consideration of what are the value drivers in the business that are potentially, how can those be accelerated using generative? Like, for example, maybe it's about they need to launch a new drug, and the drug's going to be launching in mid-24. And there's a certain set of content that needs to get to pathologists or radiologists or oncologists or nurse practitioners or patients. And the messages that they've shared to each audience right now looks pretty similar because that's what most companies do. How can they personalize that content? Well, generative is quite helpful for that, both in the narrative itself as well as preparing people that are going to have that conversation with those actual humans to make them more confident. Generative is good at both those things in ways that almost no other technology is. So there's so many things that can be done. They don't have to find new use cases. They just do the things they're already doing in an augmented fashion.
Sudeep, you wanted to come in on that, I think?
Yeah, no, one of the things that, going back to an experience 20 years ago, we would have these conferences, right? So for a lot of like programming language conferences and things like that. And then you would have people in life sciences, and you'd have people in finance, and you'd have people in insurance, and people in manufacturing, and none of them really talk to each other. It's almost like these like weird high school cliques that end up developing. And it's one of those things that now it's really nice because we're able to borrow from a lot of different sort of cross industries. And I think that, open source technologies have really kind of facilitated that, where it's not just the prominence of large companies just developing their own technologies too. Now you can actually have these open source technologies that are portable, and you could be inspired and things like that. And frankly, a lot of the things that I was talking about in terms of default probabilities and things like that. My own sort of personal roots for using machine learning and things like that was actually in convolutional processing in music. So instead, like if you're singing in the shower, what would that sound like in the Royal Albert Hall and things like that? Like being able to kind of project these things. And it's nice to not be so crazy anymore, where you could actually take these ideas that come from this industry and then just plug and play it to here. It's not that simple, but it's just like there's a lot of adaptation that's required. But it's nice to be able to think that way, which I think is like if you look at a lot of cultural phenomenon with paintings and music and things like that. A lot of artists are borrowing, little, elements from each other and things like that, and like it formulates this huge corpus. And I feel like this is starting to happen in business as well, which is kind of nice.
Yeah.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I full transparency. McKinsey is our aligned consultancy as well. So we have deep in on all their kind of white papers and the rest, but it is extremely helpful what Sudeep just said, because they'll share with us, like they did a generative AI stand-up for a large bank in South America where it's omni-channel driven. And yeah, the regulated industries have some similarities. They're not exactly the same, but they have some similarities, whether it's healthcare or finance or life sciences, there are some similarities. And doing omni-channel in a large bank is actually not that dissimilar from a AI standpoint for what's required in launching a drug. There are some other considerations that need to be taken into account from an SME standpoint, but being able to do it and consider the data model and the cloud and the data lake and the cleaning and all the rest is actually very similar. And we're able to then kind of amplify our considerations as a result of that experience, borrowing from other industries. And you're completely right. In the data science world, I was a CDAO for 6 years before I was in this role. It's very insular. Like if you're a CDAO in finance, you only do finance things. If you're in retail, you do retail things. You don't think about like outside the industry what people are doing. And it's to disadvantage.
Ash, I want to talk to you about how within a company of BAE's size, you think about internal versus external capabilities. You obviously have a very rich background across different sectors, to your point, that there's nothing specific to one sector increasingly for some of these processes and innovations, where clearly you have some level of in-house expertise. But as you're evaluating new tools, thinking about their applicability, thinking about not just taking what is available now, but trying to see around the corner, how do you think about external vendors evaluating different partners and how they can assist you, what you need to have in-house, whether you need to be hiring whole new batches of people who can help with this type of transformation?
So it's a good question, Charlotte. Aerospace and defense is slightly, I would say, not only from a regulation standpoint, it is sensitive, but also from, at least in our industry, from a national security perspective, who do we hire and how do we hire? We were just having this conversation about, in our industry, we need to hire US citizens to do the work that needs to be done. So kind of limits the pool of people whom you can and whom you cannot work with. But in terms of evaluation of vendors is a good point. I think the age-old issues and challenges still remain. There are going to be a lot of new startups, and it'll all depend on your ability to take the risk with that startup or not. Because one of the things we look at is in 6 months from now or 12 months from now, is this company going to be there while I'm evaluating this specific company or not, right? And especially if you are in a large enterprise organization where you're going to lay the foundations for the next 3-5 years, you really need to find companies and tools that are going to be there in the future. That is the key to at least some of the decisions we would make. In terms of seeing what risk we are taking on the new technology itself, I think that also goes on the company's appetite to take how much risk they can take. In certain cases, I would say if you take a 2x2 matrix, right, your internal and external on one area and low risk and high risk on the other. Now think about it, if you're taking an approach where it is a low risk internal problem that you're trying to solve, which is read a certain set of documents and tell me what's the insights there, there is relatively low risk there. But if it is external, which is your product has got some AI in it, and it has the risks that are pretty high in terms of it could be a life and death, then there is there's a challenge there in terms of how you would evaluate that risk as well. So it all depends on what area and the problem that you're trying to solve with these tools and technologies and people that you're trying to bring in.
Sudeep, I'm going to go to you, and then Matt, I have not neglected you. I'm going to come to you after Sudeep. But I want to ask you, Sudeep, about when you're thinking about the types of risks that Ash just mentioned, and obviously a life and death risk is at one scale, and then there's a whole range of other kind of risk that you might be dealing with both internally and externally. How do you communicate about the promise versus peril of some of these tools with staff internally? Because you need to bring people on board, right, for this to be effective, whether it's at a senior level or even at a junior level of someone who may see their job transformed or perhaps eliminated, but at the very least change significantly. So how do you kind of acknowledge some of these risks while bringing big teams on board to make sure that the risk that you're taking is one that actually is worthwhile, that it's effective, that you're trying to do what you set out to do?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. In terms of process design, the way I kind of think about it, the thing that kind of inspires me in terms of risk management would be how train brakes work. Like, so if you get to a train station, you always hear that tss. And if you think about it from an engineering standpoint, you have two options. You could either pull the lever and the calipers come down and then stop the train, but that would be an active process. What happens if something in the mechanics fails? The alternative would be a passive process, which would be that you hold the train brakes up and then the default position is that they come down and stop the train. So I think in terms of process engineering, that's one of the most important thing is to think about what are the things that can go wrong, what are the things you're trying to protect against, and make sure that you have adequate protections. In terms of the labor, replacement, what do they call it? There's replacement, transformative, and then regenerative in terms of like how AI could impact labor. I think it's one of those things. Just be honest in terms of like if your ideal is to replace some of these skill sets and things like that, to communicate that and be honest about that, and then also be thoughtful about, okay, well, we have this talent in-house and we hired them for a reason and things like that. We didn't hire them for their output. We hired them because they're people. They resonate with us. So what are those different challenges that they can help address using their existing skill set and be able to pivot, which I think becomes the transformative bit where you're using the AI technology to do some of those jobs, but then your job changes. And I think like, I don't know, in the late 80s or the early 90s or so with the spreadsheet, everybody thought that, bookkeepers were going to go out of business. And they didn't, right? Like it's just like, but you did have a huge growth in analysts analyzing that data, spreadsheet data, and doing all these new things. And I think it's largely the same thing. So it's really a good process design from sort of a defense perspective. One of the things that Ash and I were talking about, we had a prep call, right? And then we were kind of talking about this bit on you can't just wait for the regulation to come. It's your responsibility to be able to put some of those defenses in place to make sure that that your workforce, your customers, everybody who's kind of in your sphere of influence is not being harmed by some of these processes and things like that, and being thoughtful about it. Obviously, you can't control everything, but you do have to risk management, regardless of regulation. And then you do have to kind of, when the regulation does take place, you have to either figure out how to adapt to it, how to, be strategic about coming from a point of strength to be able to comply, and all of those kinds of things. So it's really, I realize I'm over answering your question, but I think it's really, there's three prongs. There's the process engineering of people, which is the communication, and then there's that regulatory aspect and the safety aspect in terms of compliance, which again goes back to those other two things.
Patrick, do you want to talk about, I'm interested in what your view of the regulatory environment, whether you think that this is something that is a work in progress that's going to take years to hammer out, whether you think governments kind of are getting their act together and have their right advisors in place. What's your sense of what's happening in the regulatory level in the United States, and if there are other examples around the world you'd point to, that'd be interesting as well.
Well, I think regulatory taking years is just a fact. I don't think that's anybody's opinion. Governments move slowly. The first that's could have come up with something is the European Union with the AI Act. They're redebating that at the moment. Other countries like China, United States are beginning to enter that. We have an executive order in the US now, which is only a couple weeks old. People are still trying to figure that out. In various countries like the United States and Canada, the different states and provinces get to make their own rules. So in the US, we're going to have at least 51 sets of rules, similar situation in Canada. So it's going to be very complicated, and it's going to be evolving, and people are going to change their minds, right? So whatever will be the first law, there will be amendments to that law. So those of us who are in the field, and we do work globally, we have to watch this space actively. So we are having several staff members that do nothing but try to study up which jurisdiction invented yet another clause for their regulation. And if you're developing products or doing services, you're going to have to be compliant with multiple sets of them. And so then the question is, how do you do that? And I think my personal opinion is that the cheapest, most effective way of doing that is to basically be compliant with the most strict set of rules you can find. Then by default, you're kind of compatible with everybody else. At the moment, that's the European Union AI Act. But that answer could be wrong in a few weeks from now as another country comes up with something. So this is unfortunately a big problem, and is one of the risk factors addressed, of course, alongside the fact that AI models do make mistakes, right? Them making mistakes is not a bug in the software. It is it is inherent in AI systems to make mistakes. And so we need to, of course, consider that very carefully, which is the reason why these regulations are there. So it's a lot of work for us AI people to make sure we know what the rules are. But we need to participate in the making of them. There are a number of rules in these regulations that betray the fact that the people who wrote them don't know anything about the AI systems and the science behind it. And then it's very difficult to be compliant with rules that make no sense.
Agreed. I think that's probably indisputable. We have time for questions from the audience. I want to go to the gentleman who, yes, wanted to ask Sudeep in the prior session. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rakshit Agrawal from Cameo. I head research and engineering there. Thank you for the panel and the talk. My question is more around the users in taking up a lot of content, as you actually started on with, that now the idea of reading the mortgage documents or any large number of documents and actually asking questions about what's going on, figuring out the deficiencies is becoming easier. This naturally goes into the process of due diligence, where companies will start to, instead of reading all the documents or pretending to read all the documents, they will actually start to just grok all that information, ask questions, and try to find deficiencies. LLMs at this point are not doing the best job in finding the nuances, and that piece is still missing. So have you already seen it being used in a certain way where the missing piece of AI is not working? Or are there companies working with AI companies to determine how the guardrails will be put in place?
Let me take a stab at some of this, and then I think you guys also would probably have a few as well. So one of the things that I kind of enjoy in terms of using the LLMs is sort of for creative use and being able to mine things that haven't been able to be done. So a couple years ago, we basically used natural language processing to scan through the earnings transcripts of companies. And the premise that I was trying to look at was, can you then look for particular terms that are associated with customer experience factors and then actually look at their investment returns for equity as well as fixed income? So like either growth in equity or basically reduction of risk in terms of fixed income. And it was really cool to basically find that customers that were very hyper-focused on customer experiences and so on actually did generate higher returns. And we had looked at basically in different sort of periods of economic growth or different slowdown, it was actually an effective hedge. So in that case, it was one of those things that I wasn't so interested in fine-tuning the large language models, but rather being able to use that for some kind of creative output. Since then, we published the customer experience one. I haven't published another one on employee experience and basically look at employee focus, but the results were largely the same. It's basically like, and it makes intuitive sense, but it's nice to empirically prove it. And be able to kind of use large language models to look at this corpus of, 20,000 companies, and they release a quarterly earnings report. So you could do the math, but it's a lot, right, to be able to machine read these. And then look for patterns and then associate it with some other concept that you could never do before. So I was more interested in that. In terms of the refinement, I'm sure in the medical community you have a lot of that kind of thing. Do you want to talk about that? Or?
Yeah, what I was going to add is that large language models are exactly that. They're models of language. All the ones out there have been trained on multiple corpuses of text, part of which is fiction, literally novels, part of which is personal opinions of people that you might disagree with. So they are not models of the world. They do not understand causation and real-life logic of physical events. When I drop something, it breaks and things like that. They don't understand any of that. They might have knowledge of science fiction and believe it to be true, right? So if you ask it a question that requires reasoning capabilities, you must not 100% trust the answer. And in that sense, you have to be very careful what you use large language models for, right? Getting them to write a report or an email is fine. Trusting a complicated, reasoned answer, not so fine.
Other questions? Yes, this woman in red, and then we'll go to you after. Thank you.
Hi there, Bianca from Butterfly Strategy Consultants. I'm building on this gentleman's question. I'd love to have your perspective of what you think the future of the younger talent is, because all of you guys, you're all seasoned, you've all had experience, and therefore know how and when to use it, and can use it as an input and can make your own decisions based on what you're seeing. But what we're seeing with the younger generation, I'm seeing in our clients, our younger generation of clients, using it very much like the oracle, like we now use Google, right? Let's ask Google what's wrong with me. Let's ask ChatGPT what our strategy should be. What do you think the future of business is for younger talent, and how we train them to use it effectively and not actually to defer to what the Gen AI says they should be doing as their strategy or ideas or driving competitive advantage?
So I think part of it's education. I think we've all seen, forget AI, right? People believe fake news and all sorts of random pronouncements. And that's younger people as well as older people. And so I don't think age really comes into it, or the generation. It's ultimately education about trying to develop critical thinking. If somebody tells you something, ask whether that's true, whether the sources for that statement, and check it out.
Do you want to just go down the panel? I think we
Yeah.
So I think I agree with all of that. We've actually been, within S&P, a lot of the younger generations of analysts, like the folks coming out of school, they're just so good, right, at the credit analytics and financial statement analysis and all this other kind of stuff. And then like sort of seeing around the corners requires this, curiosity and this creativity and things like that. So, and critical thinking skills, as Patrick was enumerating. So one of the focuses of my team was to develop these basically scenario-based games to help train employees, really at all ages, to your point, on how to really think and how to sort of have this mental plasticity and this metacognitive experience of looking at different things around climate change and things with technology and decentralized finance and things like that are just, they're hard, right? But it's, if you don't practice, you're never going to be able to think about it and master. And I think one of the important things from an educational standpoint is providing this psychologically safe space where it's okay to experiment with these things, and it's okay to voice your opinion, and then try to refine it to something that's tangible. And I think once you have that, you have sort of the mental elasticity to be able to tackle these things, and then use the data as a way to kind of, as a validator, as opposed to just digesting that as that must be the truth. Because any of these technologies don't replace our ability to think. If we do, I think we as society have failed, frankly. Ash?
Yes. Sorry.
Yes, you answer, and then I want to just have time for this gentleman after you.
Sure. So I think of it as about 100 years ago or so, the first refrigerator was created, right? It was not just the refrigerator that was the most important invention at that time. That followed with so many industries. Our favorite drink, probably mine, Diet Coke, came out of a refrigerator being there, and that's what we enjoy. So what generative AI has just started is a series of new inventions that are going to come together. And specifically about what you're talking about is how it's not about, I agree with Patrick, it's not about the age piece, right? There is a genuine lack of understanding amongst a lot of people how to connect the dots of what generative AI is and what it can do. And it's going to be an exciting time in the next 5, 7, 10 years, because a lot of people are going to find out the issues and challenges that we have not even thought about. And to answer one of the gentleman's question there earlier, it is not just the large language models, because LLMs is only a piece of the puzzle. The generative power is so much in these models. And if you have to design a glass, right? If you are typically in an engineering firm, you will go and you'll do a CAD design around how do you design that glass and how do you make it look or whatever it is. It takes a lot of time to generate that design. With generative AI, you can have 100 of those designs in an overnight run, and you can choose which of them are manufacturable or not. So we are right now focused on LLMs, but the generative power of AI is huge, and that is what is going to be exciting in the next few years.
Yes, I want to get to your question before we run out of time.
Hi, I'm Tim Shea. I work at Infor. We make software for supply chains. And you all have some experience building, testing, buying, deploying, supporting some of these systems. And a lot of us who've made software over the years have a lot of habits around deterministic systems. We test that, we do A, B happens, and if it doesn't, it's a bug, and we go fix it. I see a lot of non-deterministic systems in this generative AI. Do you have any tips or processes that have worked well in kind of enabling your people that you work with and for to pivot how you operate in this kind of environment where A doesn't always follow, or C doesn't always follow B and A?
I think, what I'd earlier laid out, that 2x2 matrix, is an important matrix to think about. You will, if you are deterministic where life and death is at stake, you're probably going to rely less on an AI because you can't afford that. However, something like, we're reading documents, I can take that risk, and you will deploy that. So the general guidelines, at least how we are looking at it, is how within our company also we say is, let's take what's at risk, which is what are you trying to solve for? Let's just not go after the new shiny thing that's out there, but what are we really trying to get to? And then determine from there and ask the right questions from there as to what. So the policies, regulations, we don't have the right regulations, but we are letting our employees know that there's a good and a bad, and you need to determine what that good and bad is, and here are the guidelines around which you should go around doing that. Right.
I think that the future is really going to be traversing that in terms of non-deterministic systems first, to be able to generate the technology to allow something that will allow the more deterministic systems to take place, like am I allowed to future case? It's my
Sure, go for it.
One of my AI dreams is if you can get to this point where you actually have developments in traversing this digital versus metaphysical world, where you could actually conduct science experiments, like things on nuclear power, for instance. It's going to require a lot of computational power, a lot of advancements and stuff like that. None of this stuff exists yet. But I think now we're starting to be imaginative using these non-deterministic systems to generate the technology that will then actually, hopefully play out in that space. I mean, I say hopefully, maybe there's a lot of ethical ramifications I should be very careful about. But I think it's one of those, it's really cool, right, to be able to generate physical experiments in the non-metaphysical world that could actually improve the metaphysical one. And I think, that to me is sort of this future of sort of digitization. It's much more science fiction than it is, reality. But
yeah, we have to leave it there because we're over time. But one of the things that I find so fascinating about these conversations is that there are real issues in the here and now that each of you have articulated, right? There are issues of trying to put a structure in place for evaluating opportunities and deploying them. There are issues of how do you think about mitigating risk, regulatory risk in an environment where the regulations are extremely dynamic and perhaps nonsensical. I think, Patrick, your idea of thinking about opportunities now versus to optimize different processes now versus the net new. What can you really do that's absolutely new, which takes you to where Sudeep led us, which is really far out ideas, right? I mean, you can go from the practical here and now, what can we do that will have an impact in the next quarter, to what is really going to have a transformative impact in a way that we couldn't have imagined even a year ago. You understand a bit why this conversation can go from 0 to 180 miles an hour in the course of 30 minutes, right? Because there's so much opportunity here. And I think having sensible people who put structures in place to both facilitate the here and now while having the imaginative vision for how this can be transformative in a good way is part of what these discussions are about. So I'm very grateful to each of you for participating in the conversation, and to all of you for your very good questions. We next have someone from IBM, Kareem Yusuf, who's the Senior Vice President of Product Management and Growth, who's going to speak to us for IBM session. But please do thank our panelists for a really fascinating conversation.
Thank you.
Well, is this on? Thank you all for being here. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
There we go. Well, as the announcer just said, I'm from IBM, and we're just going to spend a few minutes with you, about 30, talking a bit more about generative AI, and in particular, generative AI for business. I'll be joined on stage later by Nicole Lamoureux, who's our SVP of HR at IBM, where we'll have a little bit of a chat about some use cases. But to begin, and actually bridging quite nicely off that last panel, when we think about generative AI and its purpose, I would contend that within business, it really seems to be all centering around driving employee productivity. When you really think about these use cases being applied, and I'll dig into a couple of them, they all seem to center around driving employee productivity. And this is important because what is becoming extremely clear as I deal with clients every day is what's the return on investment for engaging with generative AI, for leveraging large language models, right? The fun-filled games blew past really quickly. That was a 3 to 6 month period. Now the real conversations are, how are we going to drive a return on investment? And so what we found is that typically things really begin to anchor around key use cases with proven impact for business. And we've really centered in on 3 that we've observed. First one I would describe really in the context of digital labor, supporting work with digital workers to help with AI-based kind of automation and orchestration of tasks. That's kind of the talent scenario, and we'll actually dig into that one a bit more. But think about helping an HR professional in working out a job requisition. It is funny talking about that particular example. I was in a meeting just this morning with a client from Siemens who told me just the other day someone was complaining quite bitterly about having to write a job description. Right? There are ways in which you can enhance how people have to do work with AI and with generative AI in particular. Customer service is definitely capturing most imagination. It's probably the most common project you can find. It is enhancing that digital agent, dare I call it the chatbot, to really become more capable in serving the customer service need. Now, you see that in 2 dimensions, external, as in the customer, internal, as in the employee, right? Ask HR, ask IT, that kind of thing. And the reason why generative AI is playing a big role here, or large language models to be more precise, it's that classic, for those of you who are in the know, RAG pattern. It's that ability to train the LLM with more information about your product, your policies, so that your digital agent can give a much more natural interaction and take it further. Code generation, however, has probably taken what I would say the enterprise by storm. A lot more than I personally would have expected. Being a technologist myself, and for any developers in the room, on any given Sunday, we're not using anybody's tools. Nobody can write code the way I can. But then, developers, we also like to be, any accelerator is a good one. And this notion of code generation, especially when applied in a targeted way, think about app modernization, taking mainframe apps in COBOL, understanding them and beginning to transform them into languages like Java, dealing with general developer productivity in the enterprise. These are the things that are fundamentally driving these kind of core use cases. And so when we think about generative AI and we think about AI for business, it really seems to be auguring in on this notion of employee productivity, targeted business use cases with proven ROI. And then the last step in our thinking really then comes to what are really the core principles that begin to underpin how one should approach AI And what do we as technology providers believe we need to embody? For us, it's about being open, because there's a broad ecosystem of thought and of content and of innovation to be leveraged. It's about being targeted, as you saw with those use cases. You have to really auger in. This is not general purpose, just ask an LLM anything. For business, you have to have a targeted use case which speaks to domain knowledge. Obviously, trusted. Do you understand the data that has been used to build the model? Do you understand the data you're bringing to the fore to tune and tweak this model for your purposes? Are you able to protect your own data? And this last one, which I think may be nuanced, but I think is actually really important, it should be empowering. We're talking here about transforming business. It should be that, the world, air quotes, is a better place after you put it into play. The employees are more productive, they're more informed, we're all better able to apply our brains to higher order problems enabled and accelerated by these kind of technologies. And these core principles have driven our definition of the platform that we call Watson X. Watson X is essentially an AI and data platform with AI assistance for supporting the leverage and deployment of generative AI within the enterprise. Now, when I talk about the platform bit, 3 key components, with one that's kind of brand new today. WatsonX.ai, think of that as your enterprise studio for manipulating LLMs and the like, both traditional ML, by the way. For those of us, once again, who have been in this field for a while, let us not ignore that there are still tons of use cases that we're using predictive ML for. But generative AI and LLMs have brought new tasks to the fore. We talk about doing things like prompt engineering. We talk about fine-tuning, instruction tuning. These are not activities that were in the past, but are relevant to how you leverage a large language model. We have WatsonX.data. Think of that as an open data lakehouse architecture for bringing all the data in multiple formats, federated from wherever they may be stored, to kind of help power and drive your AI. Side note to that, I think one of the things most people do discover as you embark on AI journeys is that your data and the infrastructure around your data, the architecture around your data, the cleanliness of your data is just as critical to get value out of AI within the enterprise as the AI itself. And then the newest member of the family, which we just formally kind of announced today, we talked about it earlier in the year, but I think is really critical to moving this ball forward and really tied to where your questions ended the last panel, WatsonX.governance. A toolkit that is focused on how you basically enable AI governance to be applied at scale throughout the enterprise. And when I talk about AI governance, what I'm really talking about are a number of key tasks. How do you, if I start it bottoms up, how do you actually manage, monitor your actual models? What use cases are they being used in? What's that inventory? And what are the critical attributes of the model that you need to think about? Once you know what models you're using and how you're monitoring them, how are you mitigating your risk? How are you detecting challenges when they exceed thresholds? The good old classics, bias, fairness, or the new ones, profanity, right? How do you detect that and act against it? And how do you roll this all up into essentially what becomes a regulation and compliance framework? Here I'm talking about the needs to do things like do your risk assessments, understand your compliance workflows, and bring together in an automated way the data that is needed to essentially create your fact sheets, your nutrition label for AI, if you'd like, that really allows you to understand how this is applied. But don't just take my word for it. Let's watch a quick demo and take a quick look at the newest member of our family, WatsonX.governance. Roll the tape for me, please.
WatsonX.governance is an enterprise-ready solution designed for specific AI business use cases. let's explore some of the core capabilities built to help govern generative AI, use case inventory, fact sheets, and evaluations. WatsonX.governance provides an at-a-glance inventory of your AI use cases. Preset risk levels and alerts help foster transparency and accountability. Drill into a use case to see more information, including the life cycle of the associated prompt. A fact sheet is automatically generated for each stage of the life cycle, delivering easy access to facts and metadata, including the use case name, model type, task type, and the prompt parameters. Fact sheets are automatically updated and contain evaluation and model metrics, so stakeholders can identify where adjustments are needed. Attaching supporting documents and details is simple, and users can quickly export and share a fact sheet, which facilitates collaboration across a wide range of stakeholders and helps enterprises with AI lifecycle governance so they can scale AI with trust.
So there was WatsonX.governance, newest member of the family, and worth noting, works with any AI provider that's out there or AI platform will evolve to do that. Because we think governance needs to occur within the context of the enterprise, which is by definition heterogeneous. No enterprise ever works with just one single set of tools. And so when you think about deploying a governance framework, it has to work in a heterogeneous world as well. I mentioned that WatsonX is underpinned with a core platform and then AI assistants. And so the assistants, which we've talked about long before now, Orchestrate Assistant and indeed Code Assistant, all are there embodying our point of view on how to accelerate some of these core use cases into market. Orchestrate, as we'll talk about, being used to really drive that AI-based orchestration digital labor scenario. WatsonX Assistant, really around the notion of delivering digital agents, and WatsonX Code Assistant, with the newest member of that being WatsonX Code Assistant for Z, just being recently announced with a major focus on app modernization within the mainframe environment. All of these come together as a core stack. And the thing that's important in my mind as I think about delivering this stack to market, and that I'd like you to note, is we build all of this on our Red Hat OpenShift technology to enable it to be deployed in a hybrid cloud world. This means we build it once, and whether I'm running it as a service on multiple hyperscalers, currently we have components live on IBM Cloud and AWS, or we're delivering it as software to our clients who want to run it themselves, either in their own dedicated cloud footprints or back in the good old-fashioned data centers, what we would normally call on-premise. It is all enabled, the same technology. And this is important because when you deliver AI for the enterprise and when you deal with a vast swath of customers, they have a very varied set of needs. And sometimes their data gravity needs and focus needs them to be able to bring this into context in more closed domains than just running on a public cloud. And that is enabled for us by building on the Red Hat hybrid cloud platform. So that's how it all comes together in terms of a core stack. And when I think about customers, obviously, they span the gamut. The work that we do with Samsung, the fun-filled work that we just did with tennis, with the tennis championship, leveraging generative AI to really transform attendee engagement. One that I want to call out there is the work that we're doing with NASA, only because often when we talk about foundation models, people use that word synonymous with large language models. And as you heard during your last session, large language models are text-based. But the notion of building a foundation model can be applied to other data types. And with NASA, we've been using geospatial data to build a foundation model to allow for the exploration of, quite frankly, our very own Earth. When you think about that in terms of how we apply it in business, in the context of environmental intelligence, beginning to do things like climate risk analytics, flood and fire risk mitigation and analysis, these are the kind of things that a foundation model can enable. And yes, you're talking to it with images and polygons and not text, but it is still the same old concept of building a foundation model to power us through. But it's not hard to talk to a client. Let me bring one up who's close to home, and let's have a quick chat with Nicole around what we've been doing with generative AI at IBM. Nicole?
Thanks, Kareem.
Thank you.
Do you want to
Grab
sit?
yours. Take them. Yep, I'll do this.
I'll sit next
Yeah,
to you.
there we go. So, Nicole, a good place to start. You've been what we like to call client zero. So you've been on this journey with us for a while. But can you just start with how have you seen AI impact HR operations at IBM?
Absolutely. And you talked about it at the beginning of your session around productivity. And I know it's always a little controversial when the HR leader talks about productivity. I don't just mean quantity. I do mean quality. For a lot of the lines of business that exist in all of your organizations, you will find that there are multiple things hitting the internal functions. One, we have to do things at the right price. The organization wants to know that when they're spending $1 with us, that we're spending it in the optimal ways. The second thing that is hitting all of you is the cost of compliance. Not just what happens when you don't comply, but the complexity of the compliance environment that you're in. But the third thing that's happening is your workforce is changing. Their expectations of the processes that exist in your organization have reached an all-time new level. They want consumer-grade experiences that are fast, that are customized, and that are right 100% of the time in their day-to-day work. And so what we're finding is just throwing more HR professionals at it isn't going to answer those needs. And so for us, AI has been the big unlock that has been the step change for that.
I think it's also easy to underestimate what I'll call the employee value that we get. I mean, I'll give you a quick example. For those of you who can relate, college-age kid renting their first apartment, I need to do an employee verification letter for myself. I haven't done an employee verification letter in a long time. Turns out, I go to the system, ask HR, say, I want an employee verification letter, asks me a few questions. Next, I've got one. It even offers to mail it, by the way. But it emails me the PDF, and it also places it in our, I think it was Workday, my personal account. So this is 2 minutes, and I'm done. This used to be a 188 IBM employee call, right?
And maybe a 72-hour turnaround time, right? So look, right now in our talent life cycles at IBM, we are running 280 different AI and automation solutions. What does that give us? Exactly as Kareem talked about. It's giving us Lyft a better employee experience, and it's allowing me to deploy my HR professionals in ways that are more meaningful, that are uniquely human, where they need to be applied. A couple ways to think about this, because on the earlier panel, several of you, and they were talking about, well, how do you decide? We're in this amazing time of experimentation in AI. How do you decide where you use it? So I think about this in a couple different ways. Whatever the process is, whether it's an HR process, a procurement process, a finance process, think about what is the outcome you're trying to achieve. You want it to be faster, you want it to be customized, and you want it to be accurate. So the way to think about where you might deploy AI or automation is high volume, repeatable tasks, right? So that's an easy one that most people know. But the second place you might want to think about applying it are moments that matter. Kareem just talked about employment verification letters. Again, the average employee, how many employment verification letters do they need in a year? Probably not many, maybe once every 3 years, right? It's not a high volume repeatable task. But when you need one, you need one. And so delivering that experience and making sure it's accurate, we went from what was, with a vendor, a 72-hour turnaround time for employment verifications to literally doing it through our digital assistant in 90 seconds. That makes a huge difference. And then the third type, and I kind of say this tongue in cheek, but it's real, is any process that your employees consistently complain about. Try experimenting with AI, because my point is, it can't get worse, right? So, and it's thinking about it in those three parameters will allow you this idea of how do you really decide what works and what doesn't.
So, Nico, obviously, I think your world you worry about regulations and compliance a lot, just a tad. And obviously, you're dealing with a lot of personal information. How do you view governance, especially in the context of AI, and how has that, shaped your world's perspective on this journey we're on?
Yeah, and this is where you have to kind of live with a foot in both worlds. You want experimentation. You want bottoms-up suggestions from your workforce, from the people running the processes about where AI or automation might be applied. But all of their ideas may not be good ideas, and all of their ideas may not be compliant ideas. So it's really important to make sure that you set some principles. In the case of IBM, some of the principles that we've set is that AI will never be a decision maker. This means that I do not use it in talent acquisition to prioritize resumes. It's a common use case that is talked about. But if AI is not a decision maker, it's really important to me that there's still a human in the loop in that case. In our case, we also talk about what data do we use or not use. So we obviously are on the Watson X platform. So having that understanding in the watsonx.data of what data is sitting in there, how is it being used, is really, really important. And then the third component that we have in our internal use cases is it must always be transparent and explainable to the user. So if AI is making a recommendation to you, if you're saying, I'd like a learning plan because I'm currently a finance professional, I'd like to move to HR, what courses should I take? What's my path? It will show you the path, but then it will transparently explain why, based on data it has pulled from your profile and where it's going in the next steps. So for us, those are three really important principles. You'll have to decide on your own for your company. If I think about just even internally, we use AI to make recommendations in compensation. It works in our company. Some of your companies, talent acquisition would be okay, compensation never. So you do have to also know your industry, the culture of your company, and the voice of your employee as you think about what use cases might make sense.
Now, pulling us back to this subject of ROI, and as much as you can share, we talked about obviously employment verification. The job requisition one is an actual real-world scenario. We use that a lot. This does speak to your operational bottom line. What can you share around savings or however you've thought about your return on investment?
And we think about this as at both the macro level and kind of at the micro level. So for any given process, to evaluate whether we're going to experiment with AI in that process, we have a business case. If we're going to put this in, what are the expected returns? We then model against that to decide whether we keep the experiment going or scale it, or whether we shut it down. So that's a really important muscle that we have. For some simple processes that we've put in place, we talked about the employment verification. That was an outsourced vendor where I was able to shut down a couple $100,000 contract because AI could totally replace it. In other cases, we use Watson Orchestrate, digital labor. Instead of an HR professional or manager in the promotion cycle going to all our different data sources and pulling together a profile of an employee, what learning did they take, what's their client survey results say, what's their performance rating, the digital labor does that for them and consolidates it. In our quarterly promotion cycle, it saves managers and HR professionals 50,000 hours a quarter. That's time that I can give back to them, selling in some cases, or providing value for clients, or innovating on our products, right? So we do manage it at that micro level. At the macro level, since 2017, when we've started experimenting, the HR operating budget at IBM has reduced by 40%. That is a significant reduction that I have been able to give back to the business. But there are two metrics that I always give with that. The HR NPS, because we do measure internal NPS of how satisfied people like Kareem are with our service, went from 19, so positive 19, to 74. So we are now sitting at positive 74. So service has increased. And for my own HR professionals, we have pay grades at IBM. There are 10 of them. The average pay grade of the HR professional at IBM has increased by 2 during this time. So they are elevating their work, doing higher value work at the same time. So as we think about return on investment, you can think about it in a lot of different ways, but you need to keep an eye on all of it, of how is it affecting the users, how is it affecting the bottom line, but how is it also affecting the process owners?
Thank you, Nicole. I think you've given us all a lot to think about places to get started. Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thank you. And indeed, thank you all for having us this morning. Back to you.
Thank you, Kareem. Thank you, Nicole. We're going to have a quick networking break, so if you want to go grab a drink, a coffee, tea, water, feel free to. We'll be back here at 11:50 for our next panel on AI-ready data. So thank you all.
to get started. If everyone's back in the room, welcome back. Thank you so much for being here for our next panel. I'll invite our panelists up to the stage. So our next panel is called AI Ready, Unlocking Value with Structured Data. And I'm Sarah Rapucci. I am the global lead for research programs for Economist Impact. So I head up our research side of the business. Welcome, everyone. So we are going to be talking about structured data now and how it can support the implementation of AI technology. I think we all know that AI applications rely on structured data in order to be able to produce the results that they do. They need clean data, they need it to be reliable, unbiased, and it needs to be applicable across a lot of different functions. Right now, most organizations are relying on third-party data in order to keep it managed and prepared. But some organizations are innovating in this way and using their own in-house data pipelines to deliver secure and scalable systems. And we will be speaking with some of those people right now. So I'm really thrilled to have a very distinguished panel with me today. Alexander Isagiri is the Chief Data Officer for Weill Cornell Medical College. Eileen Vedrine is the Chief Data and Artificial Intelligence Officer for the Department of the Air Force Chief Data and AI Office. And Nipa Basu is the Global and North American Practice Director, Digital Intelligence for GHD Digital. So welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for being here. We're going to start by talking about how data and analytics leaders are integrating data from different sources into streamlined platforms. Then we will talk about how those platforms are being scaled. We'll talk about the need to prepare data infrastructure for AI. And then we'll close by talking a bit about data strategies. And we'll have a bit of time for questions at the end, so start thinking about what you might be interested in. Alex, I'll start with you. So you're responsible for data at Weill Cornell Medical College, but you also are exposed to the data from the greater New York hospital system and also from Cornell University. Tell us a bit about how you're approaching integration of different data sources to make it usable.
So thanks for that question. I think what we're dealing with right now is a transition. Like most organizations, data starts small. Nobody ever, at least no one that I've ever met, started with a huge enterprise platform environment and said, we're going to build this and it's going to be great. And when people want data, we'll already have the tools in place. Most of the time, you have different teams in finance or in the research realm, clinics, and they're trying to solve a particular problem and they start pulling data together. So right now, we are in that stage where there's a number of little satellite repositories that are just housing data. And what we're doing is transitioning to a more centralized model. And I don't like to use the word centralized because I don't want to give the impression that we're just bringing everything in and everybody loses control of their data. It's more centralized in the sense that we're creating that central hub. And that model will now allow us to take various different sources, ingest it into this central repository, and then create all the security and access parameters to allow different service teams to address the needs that they need to do. I've done this before at New York City Health and Hospitals, and it's worked really well and happened during the largest healthcare event of our lifetimes. But I will say this, that what's really good about it is if it's done correctly, what you see is that you're able to democratize data, make it available. But it's really, really important that as you merge to that environment, that it's good quality data that people can trust. Once you get past that, then you really have to think about your service delivery model to make sure that the teams that are going to use that data are empowered with the right tools. And then ultimately, and this one seems to go a little unnoticed, is that you have to develop a good data literacy or data fluency program so that your consumers of data feel comfortable with it. And at first, it just sounds like, oh, well, this is great resource for the consumers of data, but it actually accelerates your culture from the perspective of if you don't have a populace that feels comfortable with the way you're going to use data, they will be afraid that you're going to weaponize it against them. That, oh, why do they want to know how many widgets I've produced this month or, you know, whatnot. So you want to be in a position where they feel that having that data together and making it available is to their advantage. And that doesn't happen if they don't really understand how to properly use data, and you develop a culture of safety. So.
It's really interesting thinking about the trust in the data and how you build trust across the organization. Nipa, GHD is a professional services company, and you're working in a lot of different sectors. How are you approaching this question of integration?
Right. So I get to see many different worlds because we are consultants to our customers. And at the same time, GHD also has very rich data. So we are going through internal digital transformation and at the same time working with clients. So we see many different things. You know, there were data literate, data rich communities that had the data in ways that can be used by a machine learning algorithm or an AI algorithm. And we started by talking about structured data, but in the previous sessions, we were talking about large language models. So AI can also bring structure in the data, in the things that were never considered data before. So a voice recording is data now, a PDF is data, a video is data. So we are seeing both things. Those who were data literate are moving forward with it, and those who were not, this AI is giving them the reason to do it. I mean, vast majority of our clients, they have data in Excel spreadsheets, and not in one Excel spreadsheet, 10,000 different spreadsheets in siloed departments. Why is that? Because they didn't see the benefit of bringing it together. Now they're seeing it. So that's what I see.
Comes back to this question of democratization.
Yeah.
So Eileen, you're working with data from both the Air Force and the Space Force. Tell us a bit about integration in your position.
So when my office first stood up, we were a startup. We weren't on the org chart. We had being, very change management focused and having to be very focused on results, and so demonstrating value right out of the starting blocks. So it was really, you didn't want to stop great work from being done. But about 2 years ago, my team partnered with the chief architect to say that we needed to have a targeted ecosystem to really bring things together. So we started this journey to what we call the Department of the Air Force Data Fabric, so that whatever we have must be interoperable, so that we bring different mission areas. So today our data fabric has several platforms, but they have to be seamlessly integrated at the speed of mission. And they also have to provide that interoperability beyond the Department of the Air Force. So with our colleagues at the Department of the Army, the Department of the Navy, Office of Secretary of Defense, their Ivana platform, as well as to our coalition partners. And so it was really about that seamless integration at the speed of mission so that we could push and pull. I think that one of the critical factors, and I love the spreadsheet because I would say our innovation lab, the last 20% was on an amazing airman's desktop on a spreadsheet because they didn't see the strategic implication of it. But once we started cataloging that and getting our airmen and now guardians to catalog all of our data so that they know where it is, what it is, and how to get access to it, I think that was game-changing for us because it created better trustworthiness because now I didn't build my own, so there wasn't a conflict of what was the authoritative data set. So I think that it's been a journey and we continue to iterate, But it also goes back to starting small and scaling. Like, if you try to do it all at once, it's hard to measure success, and you're probably not going to be happy with that ROI.
Starting small, very important lesson in there. So once the data is prepared and we have it in the right forms, ideally we would move to scaling it. And I'm curious what some of your experiences have been with scaling your data platforms into larger uses. Nipa, do you want to start?
Sure. So in our case, we operate in different industries. Like we operate in environment, in water, in transportation. So in some cases, as I was saying, we have already collected a lot of data. So the work of putting those in a platform and trying to draw similar insight from it that a large number of clients can use has been a priority. In some other cases, because it's so niche, we are actually going after niche use cases here and there. So the scaling will come after a few of those have gotten the scale in terms of user needs. So technology is not a blocker here. We can scale it. The technology exists. It's the user community will have to be ready for the investment, will have to see the ROI.
Eileen, do you have any responses?
Well, I think that one of the approaches that we took, because not every organization has data scientists or data engineers embedded, we started an innovation hub where any airman or guardian that had a problem set could come and get help. And I think that helped us identify who the leaders were and who could flight follow fast. And I would not just look at the capability, but also how important the strategic communication is of that. So when you have great lessons learned, how you share them quickly. We started a webinar called Innovation Connect, and it was really about just to highlight some great use cases so that others could rinse and repeat or leverage the great work and go faster. And we thought we would do it a couple times a year. And people were like, when are we meeting? Next week, next month. And now we do that every month. And last year we had over 3,000 of our colleagues across unique participants through the series last year. Not just in the Department of the Air Force, but our other colleagues in the Department of Defense and the other services participate too. And I think that is helping us all go faster, taking, I'm going to say flight following fast.
Fascinating, really interesting.
That's cool. So for us, it's, I think that what really worked for us, I love this question, by the way, because it really speaks to kind of this approach that we took. We looked at personas. We thought to ourselves, we need to understand who our customer is and at what level. So our consumer of data, as you would say, is our data citizen. And then we had the people that were kind of like, love to tinker with stuff, but it's not their job. Those were our data champions. And then we had our data professionals, which were the people that were trained in data and analytics. So our approach was to make sure that, as I mentioned before, we had a bifurcated approach where we have a capability stack that is producing the data as a product. And then we have our services stack, which is creating data solutions. And those are your dashboards and reports and analytic tools and models and things and whatnot. So what we did is in that service layer, we stood up an analytics center of excellence. We had one for financial sustainability, clinical excellence, corporate reporting, one for innovation. And then what we did is extended that model somewhat like a franchise. And we basically said that each of our 11 hospitals would be able to build their own analytics group, but they would model against the central organization, the way we built our own analytics cores. So the rules, the governance, everything was in place, and they were just tapping into the same approach. And it was interesting because at first I thought they would resist, but they actually really liked that we had a format and approach to stand it up. They just had to bring the people. We offered the data, the technology, the processes, the governance, the training. It was all there. All they had to do is just bring the people to the table, and they could build their own analytics teams. So that was our way to scale up and have more people working on data and analytics efforts, but we had to have that foundation built first, and it's worked pretty well.
Alex, I'd love to follow up on that point you made about the personas, because I think we all know, we've seen these different types of people in our organizations. How have you sort of leveraged that in the example that you just gave?
So I think the answer is all about value, and I heard the term float around with ROI, and if you're like me, it's like, how do you provide an ROI for your data and analytics program? I mean, the reality is this is my perspective on it, completely my opinion, but you can't offer ROI if you don't have good projects to work on. And I think in the earlier sessions, we were hearing about what's the question that you're trying to answer. Well, if you got a bunch of crappy questions, you're gonna get a crappy ROI. But if you have some really good questions that are being led by the most senior leaders of the organization that are saying, this is the direction we're trying to go in, then you're focusing your analytics teams to solve the most important problems. So the reason I mention that is the whole idea of having personas allowed us to focus correctly. So one of the personas that I didn't mention was the executive sponsor. And they're the people that get the white glove service. We had those analytics teams were governed and directed by those executive sponsors. So we had chief medical officer, CMIO, various different people. They directed what work was ultimately done. So the cores were building out the tools that were needed based on their vision. But we still had tools and resources for champions so they can do things on their own and explore. And for the consumers, we had reports and dashboards that they could look through our glossary and our search engine and find what they needed just from a data perspective. So there was always something for someone so that no one felt like they were left out. And that's the key to it. There's some organizations that build just for their executives, and the rest of the company's like, I can't do my work because I don't have my data. And then there's others that allow anybody to do whatever they want, but the data's not governed and they don't trust it. So those personas really helped us fine-tune our service delivery model, which also fine-tuned how we wanted to organize and configure our tech stack.
I'm curious whether any of you have encountered, I assume you have, when there's a gap in your data, when you don't have all of the data that you need, and how you've addressed that. Nipa, you're nodding, so maybe I'll start with you.
Sure. You can only use good data to apply good AI algorithms to get good results. And I think for the longest time, the problem was scarcity of data. I of course go back a long way. There was a time when people used to spend enormous amount of energy and effort to come up with algorithms that can draw meaningful decisions from small amount of data. Then that whole thing got turned on its head with computers becoming more and more powerful, right? So data scarcity was no longer a problem. It became big data. And then there is huge amount of data. Then the problem is what part of that data is trustworthy, and do you have exactly the kind of data you need? Yes, you do have lots of data, but is the right kind there? So, you can use all sorts of alternatives. You can simulate. I think in the agenda for this conference, synthetic data concept was used. So there are alternatives to fill the gap. But then we run the risk of when we are filling the gap artificially, are we doing it on the right pace or not?
So I'm probably going to spin it a little bit because sometimes we have to work in sensitive environments. And so we want to always do our development at the lowest level possible. So sometimes you're going to take an unclassified extract. It may not be everything that you want it to be, but you want to really make sure that you are developing at the lowest possible level, and then when necessary, bring it up. So I think that it's not one solution. It's about extracts, synthetic data, et cetera. It's really about how to get to yes to support your mission at the speed of relevancy. Because if you wait for it to be perfect, you're probably going to, at least in our business, you're going to miss the moment.
I think that's something we're hearing over and over is if you wait for perfection, exactly, you'll miss the boat. Alex, you want to jump in?
So interestingly enough, when I was offered the position of CDO at New York City Health and Hospitals, one of the things I was able to negotiate is having the application development team report to me. Now, at the time, people thought that was a little weird. Like, well, why is that important? So I couldn't have happened any better. During COVID, when we were dealing with needing to provide data quickly for everything that was happening just daily, we found ourselves with not having information about PPE or not knowing, who had gone into the building and whether they had gotten tested or not. And there was just lots of data sets that were just not being captured in the systems that we had. So we were literally building small applications to collect data on the fly. And it was funny because even at some point, we built our own Disney wait time for people that were trying to get COVID testing at all our hospital sites. And we would broadcast them throughout the city what the wait times were. And literally, it was a combination of technology and people walking around saying, okay, you're at this marker, let's mark it down. The data gets into the system, and now everybody's seeing on a mass report throughout the city that wait times at Harlem are 30 minutes, whereas Gouverneur, it's 60. And people are getting real-time information and self-navigating to what site was better for them. It wasn't necessarily high-tech or elegant, but at the same time, going back to the point, you can't wait for the perfect solution. You got to solve the problem at hand. So it was just really an exciting time, and I really think that having a data and analytics team with an application development team or having a very strong relationship is a great combination, because we just assume that what we need is the data from our systems, but there's just lots of data that we're going to require depending on the problem, where if you have a team that can build a quick app, you could start collecting that data.
Let's talk a bit about data infrastructure, because I think the infrastructure for a lot of our data systems was built before any of us imagined where we would be today. How have you gone about kind of updating and building your data infrastructure in order to be ready for the types of technological problems that we're facing right now? Eileen, you want to start?
Yeah, so when I first got into the seat, we needed it, I called it a self-service data platform. We called it Vault, visible, accessible, understandable, linked, and trustworthy, the first 5 tenets of the DoD data strategy. And
say those again.
Visible, accessible, understandable, linked, and trustworthy. The last 2 are interoperable and secure. But but we named it Vault because it was shorter. Vault. And but when we first started this, what I call self-service platform, the idea was to empower any airman or guardian to be a data-driven decision maker, find data, and have the tools that weren't typically in their toolbox on their desktop. In the cloud, that was also new. And so now we call it our emerging tech platform. And we do that because many of the technologies that exist on that platform, most of them were requested by airman or guardian. I need this tool to do my job, and you want to support them. And it also meant that there's probably somebody else that needs that tool also. But many of the tools that have come in now have matured out to other platforms in our ecosystem beyond the Department of the Air Force, in other federal agencies. I think the thing that I'm most proud of my team when I talk about that particular platform and that particular capability is we work with our innovation cell, AFWorks, to bring in small business technologies. So we have a onboarding process. Last quarter, we brought in a new tool that had never done work in the federal government, safely and securely in 25 days. And that may not seem really fast, but that is game-changing fast in the Department of the Air Force. It's today's technologies now. And so I would also say make the CISO, your Chief Information Security Officer, your best friend. Like, check on them, make sure they're doing great. Mine is Mr. Aaron Bishop. Like, text him every morning, like, how you doing? He is my best friend.
Chocolates, flowers.
That is correct. What is
Alex, I'm curious how this relates, I mean, especially healthcare is so highly regulated, how this relates to your experience.
So it's interesting. Most of the activities that are being dealt with at an operational level are being done through our system of record, Epic. And so most of that activity is very controlled there. The data that comes out of it, really, we see two needs for it. One is to look at revenue cycle and operations, how well our throughput is through the hospitals, the clinics, and things like that, or looking at safety events like falls and whatnot. The other use case is to take that data and leverage it for research. So for us, the challenge was to kind of build I guess, a flexible environment that allowed us to use that data in different ways with different security parameters put in place. That hasn't been as big of a challenge anymore with, I think, a lot of the cloud technologies and the different stacks that are out there today offer that type of flexibility, and it's just an exciting time to be building up data and analytics programs. To me personally, the biggest sticking point is moving the inertia from the way people operate today to moving them to that enterprise type of platform. So in every one of these situations, I spend a lot of time talking to people on the ground floor and just asking questions about their pain points. And it's interesting because what they describe to you as the problems are not their pain points. So really quick story, I spoke to a few nurses and they were saying, hey, you know what, if we just could get a common definition for left without being seen, because we report out on it and you know it's a mess and these hospitals report on it differently and we look bad and the CEO thinks that we're not doing a good job at our hospital. And immediately I just put my engineering hat on and I'm like, okay, so if we just had a governance team and we had representation, we can have like common definition, we could arrive at that. And I'm like, wait, Alex, stop, listen to the pain. The pain isn't that. And then I actually repeated it back to them. I'm like, so that must be really frustrating, working all month, getting everything done, going into central office, reporting on how you're doing. You know you're doing well and you're really doing your best, but it appears like you're not because we don't have the same definitions. Wouldn't it be nice if we could just put a little bit of governance around this and get everybody to agree on a common definition? That's exactly right. And once you get to that point when they're actually thinking that you really understand them, that you've connected with them, and that you empathize for their problem, they will support you on anything you want to do. But if you start with the engineering solution, say, this is how you build a modern data platform, they're like, how's this going to help me? You're not making the connection. That change management issue is the biggest problem and that I've seen, at least, especially working at Gartner. I used to work at Gartner for a while. Number one problem that I saw CIOs and CDOs struggle with. You have to listen to people. You have to connect with them. You have to let them feel like you understand them before they'll follow you.
Neva, what about your experience with data infrastructure?
Yeah, so if our CTO was here, he would be able to add a lot more to it. But for us, it's also the flexibility point that Alex was bringing up is the most important, because we are not only working with our data, we are also working with clients' data. Sometimes clients have supplied their data with a lot of trust to do the work. Sometimes we are actually working behind clients' firewall, going into their environment. So the flexibility and a true understanding of the use cases is the most important.
We'll spend a little bit of time before we go to questions talking about data strategies. I know all of you have been involved in building and maintaining data strategies. So I'm curious some of your advice about the best way to build an effective data strategy. And Nebo, you want to start?
Sure. It will be a bit of a repeat of the last answer. Begin with an end in mind. Why are you building this data strategy? What's the use case? How will it be used? Start there.
Alex, what about you?
I would say there's 3 areas of a data strategy that are critical. I mean, amongst many things. I could say just about anything, like, that makes sense. But I would say data integrity. Make sure that you're building towards data integrity. You want to make sure that the data you're capturing is quality data, that you're centralizing it, and that you're putting definition around it. That's where your data, and then service delivery. So what if you have great data? If people can't get to it, you might as well not have it. You need to have a model that helps people access that data and those resources as best as possible. And then data literacy. With a population that doesn't understand how that data is going to be used, they believe it gets weaponized against them. You got to build a culture of safety. Data literacy helps with that. Those would be my 3 things.
I like to say data is a team sport, and I think with strategy, that's really critical. So our department works with the Department of Defense. So basically, we support a single DoD data strategy, which actually got published like 2 weeks ago. So they call it, this one is called the Data Analytics and AI Strategy, which is the first time all 3 of those have been at that level. And now my team will actually this year publish our implementation plan to it. We've published our AI 2025 roadmap, but it's really about a more comprehensive, holistic approach to make sure that it's not just about having a strategy, but how you're going to measure success. And I think that's a synchronizer across our ecosystem, so that and I think it's critical because it will help us earmark resources. If you have goals and you know how you're going to measure them, and then you can identify what resources you need, what the investment's going to be, and what you should expect out of it. I think holistically it all comes together.
Very interesting. We have time to take a few questions. One of my colleagues will come to you with a mic if you put up your hand. Do we have
Hey, Hailey, this question is for you. How are you? What are you guys specifically doing on data strategy related to Gen AI and also the infrastructure? Are you going API route? Are you going like a Llama 2 route?
So I would go back to the team approach. In the press, you've probably read that the Department of Defense has stood up Task Force Lima, which is the Gen AI collaborative effort in terms of coming up with a pathfinder towards that. There is a component of that on our published AI, our AI roadmap right now today. But it's, I would think that we know that we have to hit some critical gates in Gen AI this year, specifically around the area of traceability. And I think it's a great time to point out that we had a presidential executive order recently on AI, and then OMB published their memo, which is out for public comment. Comments are due 5 December. We need great diversity of thought. So I'm encouraging everybody to like participate in that process. But with Gen AI, that traceability, that responsible AI piece is really critical for us. And we're not going to do that alone. We have to include our defense industrial base in that journey. We're not going to get to yes without our partners.
Nipa or Alex, do you want to say anything about your efforts in Gen AI?
So I think we're all over the map because, again, when we talk about Gen AI for the institution, the official policy has been very restrictive right now because it's healthcare. And I think the concern that we have is really more around having physicians make calls and things because they're using Gen AI and it doesn't pass the muster for, clinical hurdles that you have to meet. So I think the use that we're looking at is more for operational kind of internal things, like see if we could improve search within our websites, ServiceNow for IT support. I think it was really aligned very much to the presentation before with HR. But we are trying to figure out how to open the doors for clinical work. One of the things that we are looking for is dictation and support of notes and things like that. There's a lot of wasted time and effort in that type of space.
Yeah. In our case, before last November, before everybody started talking about Gen AI, we had picked certain swim lanes. AI is just too broad. You have to pick certain areas. And some of the areas that we picked were really natural language processing, transferring other media into data. So all of those things kind of nicely fits into Gen AI, like language models. But at the same time, one of GHD's core area is safety. It is really big, so we don't take undue risk, and then data privacy is there. It's different kinds of data privacy. It's not GDPR. We are dealing with business data. So I can give an example. Any manufacturing company ends up polluting the environment and then takes on the responsibility of cleaning it up. That's one of the areas where we work on. It's contamination assessment and remediation. All these clients trust us and give us their data. It's highly confidential for them. So we are not going to mix all that data, build some kind of fancy model on that. Instead, we took a different route. There are regulations. They are publicly available, but extremely complex. So we are using Gen AI to simplify it and turn it into a bot, essentially, to help the same customers. Will we at some point use client data to expand on it? I don't know yet. We don't want to cross the bridge right now. So we are sticking to publicly available data. So it's these kind of things, just balancing.
I think we had another question on that. Yes. We have the mic. Yeah.
Thanks. My name is Cheryl Littman. I'm from the City University of New York. I'm sure you don't run into this situation in your organizations, but in my organization, our data is not as well documented as it could be. And that was a joke, by the way. Nobody's data is ever as well documented as it could be or our users would like it to be. I'm wondering if you have any use cases in how you use AI to improve your data governance, data documentation, and those kinds of things to help users better use the data that you are spending lots of time strategizing about.
Interesting question. Anyone want to start?
I'll be honest with you. My first time around at this, that wasn't really an option. Now that I'm doing this all over again between New York Presbyterian Hospital, Cornell, and Columbia, we are definitely going to try to merge that into the process. There's a lot of governance steps, and especially with the metadata for the data catalog, that we could benefit from there. So I'm happy to stay in touch with you, and if you develop something or have worked on something, I'd love to learn from you or anybody else in the audience. But we are interested in moving forward in that area as well into the future, but nothing yet.
So I would say we're very early in the journey. Right now, we just did a soft launch of automated metadata tagging pilot because we have a lot of data and not enough manpower to do it. So we have to do it smarter, but we're learning in every round with every mission area because we just started with one and now we're starting to scale it out. And so we're taking that agile approach because there's not a lot published on it and it's new.
Yeah, I think again, everybody will have to see the value from it. Everybody is kind of new at it. Now, before GHD, I almost spent a lifetime in a data company. I was in Dun & Bradstreet. They were very good at data documentation. I'm sure today also they're very good at data documentation because it's their business. Data is their product. That's what they sell and they generate revenue. Now I'm in an engineering company. Tons and tons of data are generated by the engineering work that GHD does. We haven't yet 100% connected the dots that a data business could be as revenue generating or as profitable as the engineering business. So there is still a lot of work to do to put, if I say a Dun & Bradstreet-like data documentation framework on top of our data. But it's a journey. We are learning the value of data, all of us.
Well, we are at time. I think one of the things I find really interesting that has run throughout our conversation is this question of relationships and the people. And we're spending so much time today talking about data, I think it becomes very abstract. And it's really important to remember that we need to build trust. We need to think of this as an opportunity for democratization, and we need to build those relationships in order to be successful. So thank you all so much for joining us. And we will move now into our debate, but I will thank the panel again. Thank you. So we're going to move now into a debate. So this is a bit of audience participation in this part of the program. I will pose a motion for debate, and then everyone will have the opportunity to weigh in on one side or the other. And this will be live streamed as well, so welcome again to our audience. And anyone who wants to jump in, we will take all views as your own, not the views of your organization. So our point for debate, it's up on the screen. This House believes that data and AI governance impedes innovation. So I'm going to start with a vote, and we'll have another vote at the end. How many people believe that data and AI governance impede innovation? Please put your hands up. And I'm going to make everyone vote. So take a side, even if you feel like you're somewhere in between. How many people believe that it impedes innovation? A few over here. Small number. All right. Yep. I'd say maybe a quarter of the room. How many people believe that data and AI governance does not impede innovation? All right, good. I think we have almost everybody voting. So we definitely have people leaning towards it does not impede innovation. Would someone like to start on that side of the debate and say why you voted the way that you did? And please just wait for the mic to make it to you. We have one over here.
Thank you. I just want to say that I think more people raise their hands for does not impede because some of us have a lot of responsibility for imposing data governance or at least structuring data governance if imposition is not the right word. I believe that trust in data can promote innovation, and that's why I voted that way.
Do you want to say a little more about that before you give up the mic?
Well, I think in theory, though my own organization lacks the data governance that I one day wish will exist, I do think that when people understand the rules and the business rules and how data in its raw form gets transformed for use in analytics, people can trust it and think more clearly about how it can be used, and I think that can promote innovation.
Great. Does anyone want to build on that point, agree with that point, or disagree? I have a couple over here.
I was just going to use the analogy and appeal to authority here. You may have heard the story about how or why you need brakes on cars, right? The reason why you need brakes on cars is that it allows you to move faster. Now, that's kind of counterintuitive, but it's only when you have a brake on a car that you know that it's reliable, that you can navigate, the Autobahn or some other highway, and you can therefore direct and manage what you're doing. So if you bring that here, we all kind of understand that we want to innovate, but without having that framework, that governance, that ability to control it, you might well achieve innovation, but it becomes something that is not controlled, not managed, and therefore does not meet what hopefully is a desired end, which is not just to innovate for innovation's sake, but to do it in a way that it accomplishes a desired objective, right? It becomes an issue of an organizational objective. What are you trying to meet here? It also allows you to be able to also figure out whether or not you're actually doing it. So it's not just an accident that something happened, but okay, this is what we are looking to get to. Did we get there? Did we not get there? So the ability to govern becomes a booster, so to say, to innovation.
Completely agree, and actually just to build upon top of that, innovation is often, and I come from Silicon Valley, so of course the idea of innovation goes into the empty space and don't stop us and we want to build on whatever is required, but that's not the only place where innovation takes place. I mean, security, every malware is innovation on its own. It takes place because there are restrictions. AI is very much the same way. I mean, the systems that have been built around or a lot of new AI models were because there were certain kinds of limitations. And governance on data, governance on AI is not to say that you cannot innovate or build anything new. It's just to say that if you really want to build something that you want to be applied back to the real world, just take an account of the real world, connect it to where it's going. Don't just create something and then force it back on the real world.
Would anyone want to take the opposite argument just so we can keep things going on both sides? Did anyone vote in favor of the motion and want to talk about it? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll keep things spicy. No, I'm just kidding. I actually agree with everything everyone's saying. And I think it's a good thing, right? Governance, by definition, impedes innovation. If innovation is when you break something and do something risky. And as a company, you don't always want to do that. You don't always want to promote that within every single department. But this absolutely will impede some innovation if you have a policy, and I've seen this at some other companies where they just ban all usage of LLMs. If you tell people that and they're not going out there and experimenting, you're a little too restrictive, you absolutely will impede some innovation. And but I fully agree with the necessity of governance.
So the difference between necessity and its effect. Others? We have one in the back behind you.
Hi there. I actually took the other side of the debate, but just to play devil's advocate, I think if you just add incomplete in front of data, then it's a totally different ballgame. So basically, if the AI governance is incomplete and doesn't sort of include human needs in the loop, then it's natural, basically human nature to start breaking stuff because you're actually creating a barrier. So if you have effective governance, which includes those different use cases and those stakeholder needs, I think it fosters innovation, whereas doing sort of an incomplete job or just not being thoughtful about the actual business users that are downstream from the processes, that would be, I think, something that would impede innovation. So it's a double-edged sword.
I have one in the middle, and then I'll start to move towards this side of the room if anyone has
Hello.
questions.
So I'd like to add a qualification to the point about impeding good innovation. So I think that you can come up with so many ideas, and actually this gentleman talked about brake pads. So I just asked ChatGPT to give me some new innovation ideas for brake pads, and it gave me 10 really, really quickly. I didn't have the time to qualify any of them. But this is where I think that you can come up with new ideas to improve things, but you don't know whether they're good ideas. And I come from the industry that I work in is innovation, helping our clients innovate, come up with new products or services to drive competitive advantage. And one of the areas that I'm concerned about with this is that if everyone starts relying on it, then you will get nothing genuinely new that genuinely answers opportunities in fresh ways. So yes, it will come up with lots of innovations, but whether it's good innovation, whether it's going to be driving competitive advantage, that's where I question.
Anyone on this side of the room want to weigh in?
So usually we define innovation as two elements, right? Invention, doing something new, plus also commercial success makes it an innovation. And so I would say that data governance is essential for that to happen. Because not only do you need this new thing to be new and interesting and Silicon Valley awesome, but you need it to be scalable and reliable and accurate and actually solving the problem. And those are aspects that are being delivered by data governance, by AI governance, to actually make sure this thing is on rails. And to the previous point, we need those rails to happen. It doesn't impede in terms of an obstacle, but it kind of directs this innovative process in a direction where it can be value delivering to whoever's going to use it, and therefore be an innovation, rather than just a new thing.
So if we can come back to this side, I would like to go back, because I voted also one way, but just I want to be spicy here as well. So going the other way, so I actually work as part of the data office for Goldman Sachs, and specifically the tax division. Again, this is my opinion, right, of how it comes about, not necessarily the firms, but the way data governance there's a lot of controls that are coming at each step of the data hops as we talk about data and how it moves through the firm. We talk about governance, and we talk about, on the flip side, tax has taken a journey over multiple years here where they're going through transformation and understanding and delivering value. There's a lot of innovation coming out, especially in our regional tax space, so understanding things beyond the US. But when you try to deploy these controls and governance framework, it's impeding the progress that's actually making, because now we have to go back and implement all these controls, resource constraints, technological constraints, infrastructure constraints, now in order to implement those governance frameworks. So yes, it is a balancing act. I think someone said it. But for now, it is impeding this innovation, and is expanding these timelines where, it's not even realistic anymore of what was thought about 5 years ago. And that's the scope. And in fact, that's the budgeting exercise we're going through now, is how do we keep, funding these things as well.
We have another one over here.
Well, so keeping the spice up a little bit. Is it impeding or is it succeeding? Because think from that perspective that we are worried about the speed, right? At the end of the day, what is with the conversation of impeding innovation governance is you taking more time to get there where you want to, right? But what are you gaining in that time? You may be able to get to a solution fast, but if that solution has flaws in security, has flaws in the outcomes of what it can deliver, is ultimately you will have to go back and reiterate on that. So you'll not gain a whole lot of things, and the governance aspect is actually helping you succeed better. It'll take a little longer, but it'll be thoughtful. You would have the right data in there, you would have the right security posture in there to help you succeed. That's how I feel.
So I'd like to pick up on some of the points that have been made recently, and I especially like the definition here of innovation being invention and commercialization, because I think that's the important point. Data and AI governance is a necessary evil to support the commercialization of an invention. I think where I voted to impede, it's because time to market in many instances is critical, and putting in place the necessary controls and governance does impede the time to market of an innovation. So I think the lady said she found 10 examples of how brakes can, an innovative use of brakes. That's great, but how do you commercialize that? I think that's where the impedes comes into play.
Hi, Gaurav from Goldman Sachs. I work with Moise, and I kind of have a slightly different point of view, and this is, I believe like in the short run, like Ash said, it may impede a little bit, but think about, just to give everyone an example, think about crypto. Like what happened when crypto came in, like 2010, 11, and SEC suddenly started, building up regulations on it, and it went down. But that's for the better. It's gonna take time to build up. Same thing happened with the stock markets. Like whenever any regulation comes in, it takes time, but any regulatory authority is giving it direction in where it should go, and it go in the right way. So it's like in the short run, yes, it impedes, but in the long run, it's for the betterment. I think, and that's my opinion, not Goldman Sachs. Yeah. I think it's like right.
Other opinions? Anyone else want to weigh in? Yeah, please. We've one over here and one here in the middle.
So I think it's a tough question because it has a lot to do with sort of whether you're an optimist or pessimist about the humans involved in the equation. I think we're talking a lot about the data and the governance and sort of these abstract concepts, but like a lot of the pro points for governance encouraging innovation is because if people don't know the rules of governance, they're not going to come together and contribute their data. They're going to keep it siloed. They're going to keep it secured for themselves, and you don't get the benefits of cross-pollination or kind of exposing new services or capabilities to people because they're afraid of it or they're afraid of losing what they have. On the flip side, what do you think of the governors? Who makes the rules? As we mentioned before, is the governance rules being set up by people who know what they're talking about and know what users are looking for? Or are they people who are working to secure their position or their own thoughts of power or whatever it is, reason, or their own fears that may or may not be well informed by the people trying to use it every day? So I think it's something that in different contexts with different actors and your optimism or pessimism about those actors can go very much either way.
We had one here.
Yeah, I think if you look at the AI executive order, it specifically says that models 10 to the power 26 have to report to the Department of Commerce. Now, if you say that is governance, you're going to see a bunch of models which are 10 to the power 25 who are not going to report. That actually is increasing innovation, right? Downstream, similar to the 60s rule of getting a seat belt, actually made cars much faster. So maybe, the narrative is, does it really impede innovation? For whom, right? Maybe the big players, it actually helps them innovate a lot more because they know the rules. Maybe for the smaller players, they just have to think about different ways of approaching the problem.
Any others? Probably have time for one or two more. One back here.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll just expand on the point that was just made. I think that regulation favors the incumbents in the sense that if you're Goldman, OpenAI, or whatnot, you can be part of the discussion to discuss what the regulations will be. And then implementing them with your products is much easier when you have those means. If you look at like Sam Altman that's going to pay the legal fees of any copyright infringement that's caused by using OpenAI, well, just pay to win in the sense that if you're a smaller player that doesn't have 10 billions for Microsoft, it's harder to do that. People don't use your product. So if we think of it in a sense of competition or what is promoting entrepreneurship or new projects from smaller players, regulations need to be designed in a way that doesn't necessarily just favor the big players, because that can be impeding upon the ecosystem in general.
Do one more. No? All right. Then I will close with one more vote, just to see whether anybody has changed their mind over the course of what they've heard. So once again, how many people believe that data and AI governance impede innovation? We're down, I think, to maybe closer to 10%. How many people believe that it does not impede innovation? How many people changed their mind, even maybe not which side you were on, but something about the way you thought about this during this debate? A few? Great. Well, thank you so much for your participation. We're going to move now out into the main room, and there's a networking lunch, and we will reconvene after that. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the afternoon session. We've got a packed agenda for you this afternoon. We're going to be talking about responsible AI and scaling AI. But first, we have a couple of case study sessions. We're going to have some presentations from a couple of organizations on their experience in using AI. And there'll be time for Q&A in between them. So I'm going to invite to the stage our first speaker, Hallie Blue. Thank you.
Hallie Blow. I am the Vice President of Care Management at Northwell Health, which is the largest provider of healthcare in New York State. If you're from the area, I'm sure you have seen our name and our logo everywhere. I run our population health office, and today I'm going to discuss a use case we have for AI with our maternity patients in particular. So this is our MOMS program. I'm just going to give a little bit of an overview of our journey through MOMS. We started with a randomized control trial pre-COVID. We were looking at healthy moms delivering babies. We were providing care management post-delivery, a lot of education in the home, and then we all know what happened. COVID happened. That's what happened. And as a result of that, we shifted. If many of you remember, in the healthcare space, we were having to deliver moms incredibly quickly and get them out of the hospital. And that presented its own challenge. Moms were getting COVID. We had to have education around that, as well as we have a lot of moms who are at risk for severe morbidity and mortality. And as you can imagine, there's already an epidemic going on with, in particular, our Black and our brown moms dying and having morbidity that should never happen. And then COVID hit, and that was really compounded. So we shifted what we were doing for these mothers, and we shifted during COVID to start navigating and providing a really comprehensive care management program to these moms. It's incredibly labor intensive, as you'll see from the model, but as you can see, we're getting tremendous outcomes. We're preventing severe morbidity and mortality, and we have to look at how can AI and technology help us along the way, right? I always say, I want to take care of the universe of moms who have severe morbidity and mortality diagnoses. I don't want to manage the amount of people it would take to do that. So we're always thinking in the population health space about how we can leverage AI and technology to get us these tremendous outcomes you're seeing in this particular population. And just fast forward, we've become so mature in this work that Northwell has established the Center for Maternal Health, and our particular division is in charge of the postpartum portion of that center. So who we are, this is just really giving you an overview. We serve the highest risk moms. So these are pregnant women, women who have just delivered babies, who have diabetes, they have hypertension. They are the most risky moms there are. And we have an incredibly comprehensive, we're a care team of nurse practitioners, RNs, social workers, non-licensed care managers, and our comprehensive approach is really to advocate, connect, really service this population of women in their most vulnerable time of need. So as you can see, this is the incredibly sort of complicated, comprehensive model we have in place. I think you can see by looking at it with all the different components, it's incredibly labor intensive. We do this for every single mom who is discharged, who we identify as high risk. So they get a 24-hour discharge phone call. They get services for lactation. We assess them for depression. We do all of this, and we do it manually. We do it on the telephone. We do it over telehealth. We go to the women's homes post-delivery. And as you can see, incredibly labor intensive. And so how can we augment? What are the ways in which we can continue to, in an automated way, interact with these moms in their most vulnerable time? So we partnered with a company to do automated texting. We had done it previously in our medicine populations, and thought it would translate very nicely into this population of patients. So as you can see in the corner here, that's where the automated texting comes in. So every single mom at Northwell now, when you go for your prenatal appointment, you automatically get enrolled into this chatbot. It goes through, it captures where you were at in your journey. So you put in your delivery date, it captures where you're at in your journey, and it then takes you through all the things you need to be educated on and all the things that are important to you as you go through your journey and your delivery. So you can see here some of the things it addresses. So on top of it just addressing in general all the changes that happen to a woman as she is pregnant and post-delivery, it also addresses those severe morbidity and mortality issues. So it addresses blood pressure. It addresses our behavioral health needs. It addresses, if you have diabetes, sort of what you need to do for yourself. Because as you can imagine, these moms, the biggest issue is if you've ever had a baby, that is like a life-changing event within itself. And then on top of it, if you have to take blood pressure medicine, monitor your blood pressure, right? We all know it becomes about baby post-discharge, and mom forgets about herself. And that is where this really comes in. So what happens is there's automated texting, there's automated chatting happening between mom and the chatbot. If mom says she has the worst headache of her life and her blood pressure is 180/90, she's being automatically told to call someone. And she's given our team's number, which is 24/7. So she's told she's got to reach out to us. She does that. At the same time, we are also alerted. So we know if mom is severely depressed because she has chatted about it. We know if mom's blood pressure is 180/90 and she has the worst headache of her life. We also give her a call and say, hey, this allows for a few things, right? It allows for mom to chat with us, and it allows for mom to be assessed whenever she has time, right? It's not, when we have time, we work 9 to 5 and we're making a phone call. It allows for mom to be able to chat whenever she needs to chat with us, and also allows us to intervene. As you can see from this comprehensive care model, that's a lot of like man hours of just, we can spend an hour on the phone and everything's fine, right? Everything is okay, which is great. It's wonderful. Mom likes it, we love it, but this allows us to really just intervene with mom when it is absolutely necessary, and we know exactly why we're getting mom on the phone. So it really has been life-changing for us. So life-changing, in fact, we just got funding to actually compare. You'll see some tremendous outcomes in a few slides, but we did just get funding from NIH to actually compare this intervention alone to the more comprehensive intervention, which is our model today. And you'll see here, this is just what we've been able to do so far. We've had over 12,000 patients enrolled. We do see about a 44-45% engagement rate, which is actually pretty good. That's actually what we see in most of our medicine populations as well. Our goal really in this population is to get into like the 60, 65 mark. You can see we've delivered a ton of chats. And at the end of every chat, your mom is asked if she's found it helpful. So you can see here, 79% of the time, mom says yes, the chat was helpful. A lot of the reason she will say no is we're working, right? We're constantly sort of iterating on this and figuring it out. They're long. They tend to be long, especially the first few, because there's so much to educate on, there's so much to sort of go through. And so, as you know, time is precious, and so that is the biggest portion of feedback we get, like, can you make them shorter? I would love to have like more chats, but if you could make it shorter, that would be really awesome. As you can see here too, on top of the escalations, we get a lot of escalations for blood pressure, some really fabulous things happening in the behavioral health space. We've had several instances of moms going to their doctor, moms going to the hospital, and never admitting they're severely depressed, and then chatting with the chatbot and saying, hey, like, I need help. Like, I am really in a bad way. And that's been really tremendous, and an amazing outcome of this is we've been able to connect and link moms to behavioral health needs, as we know is really an important aspect. And just really a patient testimony of sort of, they'll chat with the chatbot when they don't know what to do, which is amazing, right? They will interact texting-wise with the chatbot when they're like, help me, I don't know what's happening, and this is a mom who was in pain, and we were able to intervene. As you can see, we've just continued to sort of climb. We are now, October, you'll see that bump. This is where the automated portion is coming in. So now we know when these women have a prenatal appointment, and so they're getting auto-enrolled with the link to the chat. And you'll see here the outcomes really speak for themselves. We have published in AJOG, which is one of the premier OBGYN journals. We've taken care of over 5,500 moms in this particular program. And what you're seeing here is the gray on the left is when they were not navigated, because we don't have the resources to do it for everyone, which is also where this chatbot comes in. And the purple is the right when they did go through this program. And you'll see a vast reduction in severe morbidity and mortality outcomes for these moms, which is tremendous. And the more tremendous thing is we're seeing it in the Black moms just as equally as we are in the rest of the population, which is incredibly important because that really is the crisis at hand. And with that, I will leave it open to questions.
So I'm kind of blown away. So my wife works at a hospital, so great work. I think I speak on behalf of everyone here. It sounds like you're doing some great stuff. I've built these kind of things before. I'm a technologist. So the way that you implemented it, it looks like a chat. There's a difference between a chat and a chat bot. Sometimes you go onto like your AT&T bill and you say anything to it, and it just says, do you want your last month bill? And you're like, no, I want some. So are you delivering it in a actual chat? And when you're getting that chat, and you're getting what are called polls, saying, do you feel well? And if you say no, is it coming back and tagging it, saying, hey, look, it's a headache. Headache plus stomach ache equals some other advanced thing that a doctor could tell you I couldn't. If you've got those things, that is truly artificial intelligence, where you're like, reenacting somebody's brain saying this woman has something wrong and she needs to go to the hospital. So how are you implementing that? But it sounds fantastic, so I applaud you.
Yeah, thank you. So it is automated in that way where it's asking a question. It's then asking for a structured response. In certain scenarios, it's just that response that is sort of flagging back to us, mom needs help. In other scenarios, it's asking a series of questions and then figuring out, so EPDS is how we assess depression, for example, postpartum. It is asking a series of questions. Based off of that series of questions and how mom answers, it's flagging to us that mom is severely depressed. It's doing that in other scenarios with risk factors for aspirin can save lives in the maternity sector. And so there's a series of assessment questions you want to ask there. So through a series of questions and the answers from mom, it's calculating that in the background and getting that back to us. But that is sort of, it's all structured. There's no free text happening as mom is interacting with the session. Whatever.
Hi, I echo. Sounds really great. Question for you. I'm sure you guys evaluated a bunch of use cases. Can you just talk a little bit about how you landed on this one? Was it primarily driven by the data and then the results you were getting from this versus some of the other ones you might have looked at and they didn't really work?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've trialed actually a variety of use cases. The first use cases we actually started with were in the medicine population, newly discharged from the hospital, and actually an older like Medicare fee-for-service over the age of 65 population, which has worked out beautifully, believe it or not. And then this was really due to sort of the SMM crisis in the country and Northwell's need to want to react to it. Really wanting to get to as many moms as possible was like the priority use case for us. And we also felt we would have as much, if not more, success in this population just because of the nature of them being tech savvy and tech friendly and wanting to interact with us maybe off hours when we're not available. And so that was really, it was really a drive and a push decision organizationally as well as from the service line level. We've had use cases that have not worked, and it really is primarily because we've not been thoughtful about the problem we're trying to solve before we have implemented the technology. And those are some of the areas where we haven't been as successful as we are here. One more question. I just have time for one more question. Here, in the front. Sorry.
Hi.
Hi.
So with New York being such a diverse population, how did you execute it from a language and kind of cultural perspective?
Yeah, great question. It is currently only available in this particular chat is only available in English. It is being translated into Spanish as we speak. Some of our other more mature programs are available in multiple language. With it being healthcare and having to be literate and all those things, it just takes time to translate the technology, but we are getting there. I believe some of our more mature ones are in Russian and some of our other popular languages in New York. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Daniel Fenton from JLL.
Thanks and nice to be with you all. I'm Daniel Fenton from JLL Technologies. We are a commercial real estate services firm, one of the largest worldwide. You'll probably start seeing our logos if you look around New York City and anywhere else you are. That got scrambled. Just a bit of perspective. I think someone said this morning, AI is like 90% propaganda and 10% real. But that 10% is real, and it's really interesting. And I think my personal journey, I started playing with ChatGPT as soon as it came out in November last year, and couldn't think of anything better to do than write songs for my daughter about brushing her teeth. It did a pretty good job at that. And fast forward to GPT-4 being released in February, that's when I started having like the mind-blowing moments where, oh my gosh, this thing can code. And I started using it for work quite a bit. And just before my son was born in April, I gave a talk to my colleagues about, this is the first time in my life I've ever been scared by technology, and you should all be scared, and the company should be scared, because if we don't embrace it, someone else will, and we're going to be left behind. And I went out on paternity leave, and at 3 in the morning, after changing a diaper, trying to go back to sleep, I was kind of reading up and learning. And while I was out, the company was actually making great strides in setting up generative AI guidelines and policies about how we could use this technology responsibly and kind of protect our reputation, protect our IP, protect our clients' IP. And so we released JLL GPT, which is our own kind of flavor of this LLM technology in August, and kind of continuing to advance the technology and kind of ride the wave of new advancements in research and what's going on in the private sector as well. It's not the only thing that's going on at JLL. JLL is somewhat unique in the commercial real estate industry in that we have a technology division of several thousand strong. We also have an investment arm called Spark. And through that, we've been doing quite a bit with Gen AI outside of JLL GPT, but that's kind of our flagship horizontal application meant for everyone in the company. So anyone can use it. And if they try to go to ChatGPT, they are blocked. They will get redirected back to this one because it will kind of follow all of our guidelines and protect data and things of that nature. But we've been using Gen AI to, for example, predict who is likely to sell by looking at things like investment memos and feedback from clients, and that all kind of feeds into more traditional kind of data science, machine learning algorithms. My text is missing there, but on Hank, we are using AI to control like HVAC systems in buildings. And with our 3D visualization product, it's another form of generative AI, the more visual kind, which actually kind of came first. And this is about taking things like a floor plan and turning it into an actual visual office that you can understand and kind of walk through. So quite a bit going on. And as an organization, we're really kind of leaning into this. We're fortunate not to be kind of as regulated as some of the others that have spoke today in healthcare and financial services, federal government. And so that gives us this great opportunity to really kind of lean in and explore the technology. And so kind of fundamentally, we believe that the technology can really boost the efficiency of the entire sector. And part of it is about automation and acceleration, but it's not all about efficiency. It's also about getting to better outcomes. And we think that happens in a few ways. With generative AI, you can, for example, cast a wider net when looking at real estate opportunities. If you're able to work more quickly, if you're able to find red flags in underwriting to short circuit a process, you can look at more opportunities across the world. Or you can look at more data. For example, a great example earlier today about no one was reading the mortgages in securitized loans. But you can actually do things like that now and tackle the unstructured data. So you can go deeper in looking at any opportunity, and then you can move more quickly. And if you can move more quickly, then you have a better chance to win, to win that business or to be able to act on a potential opportunity in real estate. And then tactically, if you just use ChatGPT and you plug in a confidential lease, you're contributing that to OpenAI's training data. And you are potentially benefiting competitors, or you're leaking information that should not be leaked. And so we needed a system that would protect our IP, protect our clients' IP. And the next point is that the ChatGPT Enterprise, Microsoft Copilot, some of these products that are enterprise grade and have some of these other benefits are actually incredibly expensive. JLL has 100,000 employees. A huge percentage of the company, over 10% are actually active monthly, and a lot of those are actually active weekly and daily, and to pay for all of that for the whole company would have been prohibitively expensive. And so there we had our reason to kind of go our own. And then it starts out very similar to your ChatGPTs, but we're really tailoring it for work in commercial real estate. Both of the app itself, but the platform we're creating under it and some of the use cases that we're working on really are about how do we abstract leases, which is very specific to commercial real estate. And then I think, to me, this one is the most important point, which is it enables distributed innovation. Because the best use cases for AI are being discovered. And they're being discovered by people who have the problem. When you combine people who have a problem and they have technology and understanding how to use it, that's where really, really interesting stuff is happening. And unless you get this technology into people's hands, you're not going to be able to marry those two things together. So we wanted to create opportunity for distributed innovation. We can only do that if it was in the hands of everyone across the world, essentially. So it's early days. And our first phase, which we're kind of moving out of, was about just introducing our workforce to this technology. And we just needed to basically copy ChatGPT and kind of nail the chat app experience that people had gotten used to, and just start to learn from it. The great thing about having an internal app is we know who our top users are, and know who the power users are. We can kind of reach out to them for their use cases. We can disseminate them. We can turn them into champions. If they're just using ChatGPT on their phones because we banned the real thing, we wouldn't get any of that. So that's been really, really powerful for us, and we're learning so much from our users. And then we can enable people to bring in kind of selected data and documents today. So part of a conversation, not training on it, not stored, but part of the context of a given conversation, you can bring in a lease document. You can bring in some data. And then starting to bring curated internal knowledge. So pointing this at like all of our internal knowledge, like our internal SharePoint and everything we knew, just wasn't going to be useful. There's a lot of junk on corporate SharePoints. Surprise, surprise. And then this phase that we're moving into, which is really exciting, is about building tools that really infuse the AI with additional knowledge and data. And this is important because, for example, GPTs cannot count. Upload a table that has 10 columns or 10 rows that say red and 10 more that say blue. Ask it how many there are that say red. I encourage you to try this yourself. You will get a different answer every time, and it will probably be wrong every time because they can't count. But what they can do is they can use tools that count. So they're really good at, for example, generating SQL queries. And this was one of these mind-blowing moments for me. This thing can code, it can write queries, and it can use calculators and other tools, and it can access search engines and bring more information in. So this next phase for us is really about extending the AI with these tools so it can overcome the limitations that it has naturally. We'll be automating lots of repetitive work. We're going to start to give it access to more of our secure internal knowledge. There's a great framework earlier about this internal low risk. We're staying internal for now, but we're going to move towards some of the higher risk of private data and things like that. And just building more and more tools that are about analytics and reporting, because that's a very widespread function at JLL. And then we start to get to tackling the thorny problems. And once we've mastered the technology, at that point, we'll start to bring it directly to our clients. But we'll be internal for a while. I'm just going to blast through these just to show this is being used all over the company in so many different ways. We have just many, 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 many use cases. Summarizing contracts, key agreements. It's really good at boiling down really dense legalese into something that people can understand. For cases like lease abstraction, we actually had to go a lot deeper and build around the technology using traditional data science methods and really building human-in-the-loop systems. It's an accelerator for humans, not a replacement. Summarizing meeting notes. I use this all the time. I couldn't attend that meeting. I download the transcript from Teams. I plug it in. I ask it what I want to know about. That's really powerful. I can watch 10 minutes of the 90 minutes of meetings. Huge public company, 100,000 employees. Yes, we have a lot of meetings. Analyzing employer customer feedback. And so you can bring data into it. Unstructured data it does really well. In this case, these are real answers. I uploaded the results of a poll on how is JLL-GPT helping you at work. I'm a software engineer. I was hoping that the code one was going to be number one because I think it's so empowering, writing emails. People use it. We have people all over the world who English is not their first language, but English is the language of real estate. So they're doing things like translation, or they're just using it to kind of check. But yes, the coding is in there, drafting reports, data analysis. Lots of great things are happening inside our company. Marketing. Our marketing department, top adopter, 25% of people in our marketing department are using JLL-GPT every week. This is the second month of the product. I'm astounded by that. HR, what I heard earlier today really resonates with us too. HR is getting a lot of use out of it. And so we're just seeing all these different use cases. I can't go through all of them, but it's popping up all over the place, and we have tons of R&D going on too. We had a hackathon with 800 participants. We have more than 40 projects underway. There's just a lot going on, and we're really excited, and we're kind of leaning into this technology. And that, I'll open up to any questions. Anyone over here?
At JLL, have you found this to be kind of a force multiplier of being able to connect business units that don't traditionally talk to each other? Something that sort of comes to mind would be if you have some of your engineering departments for building construction, and then stuff in terms of building codes, but also land use and some of the legal agreements that go into sort of compliance relating to that. I presume that these kinds of technologies can actually help connect people.
Yeah, I'd say that's that next phase. Okay. Where you start to bring in the additional more tools and data. It is acting as a force multiplier in that something like classifying documents. Is this type of document or that type of document? One person can do that really, really fast. But the connection piece is going to happen when you can say at work dynamics, what are some key points on sustainability for my client when we start to curate these knowledge bases?
Hi, great presentation and excellent use cases. I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about how do you use this in the 3D visualization that you showed?
Yeah, so 3D visualization starts with a floor plan, and that's kind of the seed, and perhaps some images and some parameters. And from there, it will generate a net new visualization of an office space. So you can imagine what it will be like once it's fully built out.
Good job. I'd like to ask about training the large language. You built your own large language model, right?
We are, I'd say it's like all of the above. For our like big horizontal chat app, it's building on top of OpenAI with some additional safeguards and additional knowledge brought into it. We are also fine-tuning models for things like lease abstraction or for understanding like local regulations. It's an all of the above approach.
So it's you basically bought the OpenAI's model.
For some use cases, we build on top, and for others, we fine-tune.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. So you said you have in-house GBT with like JLL GBT, and you use it to figure out like investment opportunities, I guess, in real estate. So how do you know that data is authentic? Like, for example, if you look at a particular area, you probably study the diversity, the income range, and the population and all that. And if you go to the web, there's like so much, right?
Yeah.
How does your tool basically authenticate that that data is, it can trust that data? And then how do you guys use it?
That's not, so the GenAI is part of the pipeline for generating data, like taking unstructured data and turning it into structured for more traditional ML models today. So it's not actually doing that level of analysis. I think that's future work to say, I can then pull in all these tools like demographics or transportation, and then I can analyze, but it would be more of the AI driving tools that are structured versus generating the analysis kind of itself. It would synthesize what it's getting from these tools, and you would have the trace of I gathered from this and this and this. But that's future work. Yeah. You have time for? Good? Okay.
You mentioned in phase one sort of learning who your top users are and kind of what their use cases are. What sorts of things are you doing with that information?
We are like evangelizing throughout the company of like, here's how people in your department are using. We're building a prompt library so that you can log in and see people like you are doing this. We're building it into our learning and development, and then it's part of the sauce of like, what should we actually build into this? Okay, I'm out of time. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Hallie, and thank you, Daniel. Great. So for the next few sessions, we're going to be looking at responsible AI and what that means in a generative era. Implementing AI is obviously becoming a top priority for top execs all across the world. But one of the big questions is how you ensure that your AI systems are behaving ethically and fairly. And how is that changing with generative AI? What does the governance picture look like? So with me to discuss this up first, I'm very pleased to welcome Matthew D'Ambrosio. Matthew, I'm not sure where you are. Welcome to the stage. I think you sit down on this side. Matthew is Chief Global Compliance and Ethics Officer at Walgreens Boots Alliance. Welcome, Matthew. Close, but not too close.
Yes, exactly.
Welcome. Thank you very much for joining us. So lots of excitement about the potential of generative AI, lots of new risks as well. I'm interested to hear about how your approach to responsibility and to governance is changing both in light of these new models, what new risks and so on it presents, but mostly in light of the acceleration of interest that you're getting and how it's changing within the organization. But for Hurst, maybe a little context. Maybe if you could just tell us a little bit about you and your role at Walgreens and what your journey has been with AI so far.
Sure. Well, thanks for the invite.
So I head up the global compliance and ethics function at Walgreens Boots Alliance. So most of you probably know us, big, large retail pharmacy, but we are a global business. So our Walgreens Duane Reade business here in the US, we have our Boots franchise in the UK, we've got retail pharmacies in Mexico, Thailand, big sourcing operation. So worldwide, about 250,000 employees, lots of data, lots of technology. So I oversee not only the compliance and ethics, the traditional compliance function, but also our privacy function, enterprise risk management. So responsible AI, or AI ethics, was sort of a natural extension of our role in partnering with the business. And we've been on like a 2-year journey around responsible AI, which really started with our chief privacy officer really driving this and championing this and seeing what was coming in terms of AI. And just kind of going back a little bit to the good debate we had. So you might not be surprised to hear that I don't believe that good governance impedes innovation, but I would actually argue that good governance actually spurs innovation, and we can talk a little bit about that. But so for the last 2 years, we've been working on our AI ethics program, which really is, I would say, the more traditional, so machine learning, natural language processing, other sort of networks. And I think that's positioned us well to be able to pivot into sort of this new generation of AI.
So you've established principles within the organization, right? Could you talk a little bit about what guidance you're following and what principles you follow and what that looks like in practice?
And I think that's part of the strength of our program is it is principle-based. So we've started with a set of principles. They're similar to the ones you've seen through the various frameworks, whether it be in the US, the FTC, the NIST framework. So our set of principles really are ones many you've heard before. So it's explainability, it's transparency, it's fairness, it's robustness. Robustness kind of builds in our privacy and security aspect. One other, I think, key principle is people first. So there are people in the loop. People make decisions. Sort of the do no harm aspect of the program. And then I think one unique aspect to our program, one unique principle that we really felt strongly about was this idea of promoting health equity. So we're saying, it's not just enough to be fair sometimes. If you look at our mission, the role we play in underserved communities and healthcare around the world, we believe part of our mission is to advance health equity. So we're looking at AI to see not only can we make it fair and equitable, but where can we promote health equity at the same time?
That's super interesting, because it's interesting that you enter into this space where you're developing these principles, right? And I'm quite interested in what it's like from the perspective of a compliance and ethics perspective, right? You've got a background in pharmaceuticals,
right?
And in that environment, in that industry, it's not like pharmaceutical companies come up with principles, right? They're developed by regulators, and your job is to comply with that regulation. Same with maybe banks are regulated in a similar fashion. But here it is that you're developing, it's much more self-governing and keeping up with fast-moving technology that is moving more quickly than the regulation is. Just reflect on that a little bit. What has been that experience for you, and how you approach it?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. And I think in that debate we had about whether or not governance impedes innovation, some people were talking about governance, some people were talking about regulation. And I think often regulation will impede innovation. So I think, often going back to my time in life sciences, whether it be the pharma code or some other device or industry codes, part of the governance push was really to head off, really oppressive regulation. And I think, we're trying to do the same thing with our principle-based approach and promote a little bit of self-governance to at least, you kind of, as an industry, you often will get one shot at self-governance. And, if you fail in that, then you can expect some, I say, more significant regulation. But it's not that there isn't, there's a lot more guidance than there is regulation right now. And I think we've been trying to sort of absorb that guidance and really kind of head towards where, the guidance is taking us in terms of those principles.
And when you say that you think regulation can spur innovation, that is because it's going to be around the playing field more generally. Not
well,
I mean, how does your governance reflect in your innovation and
right.
your sort of business objectives as well?
Yeah, so I think governance can spur innovation in this sense. So prior to coming to Walgreens, I spent about 10 years working for a Japanese company. And at that time, while I was there, they revised the Japanese corporate code. And what they changed in the corporate code was they required all Japanese traded companies to create a risk committee. Now, if you're sitting here in the US, you're like, oh, they probably didn't want these companies taking excessive risk. But it was actually just the opposite. These companies are very conservative. They weren't taking enough risk. And the idea was, with a good governance model, with risk committees, it will actually promote smart risk-taking. So I've always believed, like with our governance process, we can promote smart innovation. So we've been working through our principal program on, like I said, traditional AI for 2 years now. Now, generative AI has exploded, and somebody mentioned this term, paralyzed, right? A lot of companies are paralyzed. They don't know what to do, where to start. And I wouldn't say we're paralyzed. We're cautious, but I feel like we've got the framework in place, much like you saw from IBM today about how they implemented this in their HR committee by using these same principles. Now, the principles might look different whether you're talking about sort of a machine learning algorithm as opposed to a generative AI sort of customer interface, but I think the principles stay the same.
So let's unpack that a little bit. So how are you approaching generative AI generally? You use the word cautious there. Is it something that you're actively looking at, use cases that you're interested in on the innovation level? But then how is your development of principles that you've adhered to so far prepared you for a world of generative AI? Are you ripping up the rule book, or is it very much the same kind of framework that applies?
Right. I say starting with the first part, I think we've taken a somewhat cautious approach. I think like we've seen here today, there's a big difference between using generative AI internally, and I think that's where we're doing more exploration as opposed to in our highly regulated business doing something that's more customer-facing. Not that we're not looking at some customer-facing use cases, but I think we're looking at low-risk areas like optimizing search on our website, people looking for certain products or something like that. Internally, I think we're starting to develop some use cases. We haven't banned it completely. We've got some guidelines around, for example, not putting any proprietary confidential information into, say, ChatGPT, but we're allowing use of it for some everyday activities, whether it be some policy development. I think even for my own purposes, we were working on a corporate governance policy. And one of the best pieces of advice I ever got as an attorney is when you're trying to write something and draft something, just start writing. And so I think, ChatGPT can take that first step of like, well, give me a draft corporate governance policy. And it's not bad. And that could be like the starting point for something you develop that's proprietary. Looking at the how we use these principles, I'd say we're not really tearing up the playbook. I think we're just maybe using it in a different way. But I think developing the council, like our ethics committee, and developing the principles was kind of the easy part. And I'm like, okay, we're done because I'm a governance person. The hard work really then comes for the teams that are developing these programs. And we talk about AI ethics at the planning stage, design, development, deployment. So I think we're thinking about it the same way. So when we're developing generative AI use cases, it really starts at that planning stage, and we're looking at our principles and saying, okay, what is the data we're using? Who are the vulnerable or at-risk populations there? What are the risks we're identifying, and then how do we go from there?
Do you have examples of use cases that you've been developing where you've had to sort of apply some of these principles? Has it been such that it is put things completely off the table, or you've had to maybe work in a sort of new manner to align both those business interests, the technical capabilities, and those ethical considerations? How has that conversation evolved as you've tried to apply AI?
Yeah, I think we have some early use cases I would say more, I would say in the traditional, less sort of generative, but like I think in terms of advancing health equity, we've done some interesting use cases. We had a well-publicized trial we did in the UK where Boots was working with the NHS and Tesco and looking at purchases through their rewards programs. And what they were able to find out is that certain purchases people would make, say at Tesco, antacids, other products, were early indicators of ovarian cancer. And we were able to use sort of machine learning to look at those retail purchases against diagnoses, all de-identified data, but to develop that algorithm. We've done some work in the US around using AI to pinpoint childhood asthma cases, and I think we can do it by zip code. And what we found is that one of the things that really drives asthma in children is indoor air quality, especially in public housing, high rises. And so we're able to pinpoint that by zip code, support some outreach work, and even our legal team has proposed some pro bono work to get some landlords to improve the air quality in certain buildings that are in those zip codes. So we're doing some work like that. And then maybe one last example, like we've been doing some predictability work on how long it takes people to pick up prescriptions. And we're doing it by age and demographic and just trying to optimize our workflow. But also, these are specialty medications, so at-risk patients, and trying to prompt them to adhere to their medications. And there are some cases where we find the data doesn't work that well. So we found in like 18 to 24-year-olds, we just don't have good data. You know, they're unpredictable. You know, the younger ones are sort of still living at home or they're in college. You know, the older ones are more established. The 18 to 24-year-olds are moving all around. So that's when we go to the business and say, listen, we can't make this model work in that age category. And I always say, like, where we bring the business in is for the risk-benefit analysis. So we can always tell them what the risk is. We don't always know what the benefit is. And sometimes I say, well, there's no benefit anyway. Let's just scrap this. But in that case, they were comfortable. Okay, we're just going to carve that group out. They're low risk. They're generally healthier. But that's how we kind of drive those principles into action.
When you talk about a cost-benefit analysis, are you ever reaching the point where there is a clear trade-off around bias mitigation or something like that and the efficacy of the models that you're producing? And how would that conversation go back and forth to resolve that?
Yeah, I think it's risk-based, you know, and I think it's also some of it's reputational risk too. Yeah. Is this, you know, and it's part of our transparency principle. You know, can we stand behind this? But you know, there are other competing issues besides bias, right? If it's promoting proper health care, but I think we've kind of erred towards, you know, this fairness component, and we want to promote use of AI that's in a fair way. And if the model, even if the model has some efficiencies and we can't make it work, we'll err towards
that trumps all. Right.
I can't say it always trumps, but that is our position going into it.
Okay. And this general question about you're developing these principles, I think those NIST principles are being updated all the time. The technology is changing all the time as well. How are you keeping up with the pace of innovation on the technology side and the governance side? Because it seems like these principles are never going to be fully complete, or at least how you're approaching the actioning of them.
Yeah, I think that's where we try to keep a flexible model. I don't think so. We don't exactly line up with the NIST principles, but I think we feel like they're close enough. It's kind of a mixture of different guidance documents. I think we try to stay on the leading edge of it through our government affairs team. You know, I think as somebody was saying today, not only do we see what's coming, we try to influence the direction they're going in. We listen to the regulators. You know, we listen to the ICOs in Europe and the UK. We listen to what the FTC is saying. But I also think I mentioned the different stages of our of our governance model. And the last stage is really deployment and monitoring. So, we expect that this is an ongoing effort. We worry about things like data drift or models that drift over time. And so they start off without bias, but as they gather more data, as they learn, they may start drifting in different directions. So we don't expect any of these algorithms, that are just kind of launched and then left on their own. I think there's a significant amount of monitoring that goes with it. But, I would add to that, what we've also found is this is resource intensive. So it may be supporting innovation, but there is, I think, a significant sort of cost that comes with the program as well.
Does that mean that it's putting off some of your adoption of generative AI in particular? I'm wondering if some of these risks that you're talking about, your implementation of generative AI sounds like it's just rank and file. Employees might be using some off-the-shelf tools, right? And then so that risk assessment is more about putting data into the models and your IP and so on, and accuracy and maybe the fairness of those underlying models. Or are those considerations putting you off other use cases entirely, or do you think you might go in further, start developing your own models using open models and things like that?
Yeah, I think we're already looking at use cases for developing our own models or using a sort of walled version of a chat GPT-4. When I say it's resource intensive, it's really small compared to, like, if you looked at our IT budget and our development budget, that's big. I always say compliance, we're a poor department, so everything looks expensive to us because we operate so lean. So I think what we've tried to do, the way we've resourced this, is you build it into the cost of the development of these programs and the ROI, and it's sort of a small incremental piece. But there was some great guidance that was given from the UK Information Commissioner's Office in October, I think it was 2022, and they talked about what it takes to do AI the right way. And one of the things said that don't underestimate the resources that are going to be required. Don't underestimate the upskilling of your senior leadership, including your board. And I think that's been part of this too. You sort of start with the board because you're going to be coming back to the board and the leadership for funding for this and help them understand the significance of this effort. But that is going to take you to the future.
Yeah. So explain that a little bit more. You've been having those kinds of conversations at the C-suite
Yeah,
level?
so I think we've started with our senior leadership team, but also the board. I think the board is, as we've, if you follow the Walgreens and Boots over the last few years, as we've moved more into healthcare, as we've invested more in technology, we've changed some of our board members, and they're very interested in this topic. But the challenge is, they're very interested in the sort of high level, ethical, AI ethics, yeah, I want to hear all about that. But then when you start to get into the meat of it, it's hard to keep their attention. But we do have that, I think we've got that support at the top from the board and the audit committee to the C-suite as well.
There's a maturity and understanding around the importance of these issues? Or is it more surface level?
I think there's an understanding, the understanding of the issues, probably not an appreciation for the technology, though.
Yeah.
And the reality of what it takes to win in this space.
So you talk about the resources that it takes. You're an enormous organization with multinational operations and plenty of resources, etc. But imagining you are a smaller organization, maybe at an earlier stage of maturity looking at AI, what would be your advice to help them develop an approach to responsible data and AI governance?
I would say leveraging the existing governance that you had. I think the advantage that we had in a highly regulated business, we had the governance framework. We implemented GDPR, we implemented the CCPA in California. It's privacy and it's different, but in some ways it's similar, similar governance, working through new regulations, understanding the impact on the technology. So I think you can leverage that learning and those resources you have in other areas and not kind of recreate the wheel of governance. But the other resource thing there too is, when I meant resources, it's not as much the governance resources as it is, training your IT people on how to develop these tools, according to principles, and doing that sort of hard work up front. So the most recent element of our AI ethics program is actually training, and it starts, and we've got different levels of training, and we've got sort of senior leader training to understand the big picture, but we're also training our developers, our engineers on developing AI ethically. And I think the more you can bake this into the business, the AI Ethics Council, we sit around waiting for like the big interesting cases to come up, but there aren't many. Like most of the work that we do is pretty routine, and a lot of the ethical and removing bias and data scrubbing all kind of happens at that development and planning stage.
Brilliant. So what's next? What's next for Walgreens?
Well, I think so. So I think we've gotten pretty comfortable with our program, and I think so we run on a fiscal year which started in September, so we're kind of early into it. But our goal for the fiscal year is really to pivot the program to generative AI. So I think we've started to bubble up some use cases, but I think really finding our first use case, like our significant generative AI use case, to run through our principal program. And I think it's interesting to me, like explainability, using a generative AI program, how do you do that? I know that we've looked at different methods of doing it, but I think that's what we're looking for this year, is to find that right use case where we can roll up our sleeves and start running some of these new innovative programs through our framework.
Do you know what that might be, what they might look like, those kinds of use cases that you're exploring?
Well, one of the areas I think we're looking at is clinical trials. So we've, it's probably a longer conversation, but I think we're trying to leverage our physical footprint, our place in the community to recruit candidates for clinical trials. And we've done some traditional AI work there, but I think we're looking to see, how can generative AI enhance and enroll more diverse candidates into clinical trials. So I think it's a top priority for us and could be one of our early use cases there.
Great. So watch this space.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Matthew. Thank you. Really interesting to hear from someone who's been thinking about these things for a long time.
Great.
Thanks. Right. Next up, we have an all-star panel. We're going to be talking about actionable governance, breaking open the AI black box. So I think we're going to go a bit further into this topic of AI governance and look specifically at transparency and explainability, which is coming up a lot. We have some great panelists for this, and I'd like to invite them up now. So we have Jennifer Curtis, Chief Data Officer from Scotiabank, Freddie Diaz, Deputy Chief Data Officer of the US Department of Agriculture, Heather Gentle, Director of Product at IBM Data and AI Software. Welcome. And John Zecker, Chief Legal, Risk and Regulatory Officer of NASDAQ. Welcome, everyone. Just to flag that we will have some time for Q&A at the end of this session, so have your questions ready. Welcome, everyone. So global AI governance is still emerging, to be charitable. And one thing that features in every discussion is transparency, right? It's the need for organizations to be clear on how it is used, how its outputs are generated, how it is influencing and being used to inform decisions and so on. And with this, as we've been discussing in the previous session, you've got these tensions between the business need to push forward, to innovate. You have the technical capabilities and training that you have, and then you have these ethical considerations as well. And that requires some coordination and alignment across organizations. So I'm curious, and I'll start by asking each of you in turn, how has the conversation around AI and governance within your organization, have you seen it change in the last 12 months or so since generative AI hit the scene? And maybe introduce yourself a little bit to give some context to your answer. So Jennifer, first of all.
Sure. I'm Jennifer Curtis. I'm the CDO for Scotiabank US. Your question on how have we seen it change in the past 12 months? So when I think of how we govern AI, it's very similar to what happened in the mid-2000s with credit risk models. And we had to all of a sudden open up the black box and explain how you got a probability of default from all this data. And at the time, it felt so incredibly challenging to do. And to do that, we sat down and said to our PhD modelers, where did that number come from? Like, it just came from these places, and kind of drawing pictures and stuff and trying to turn brilliant minds into simple words was how we spent a lot of our time. And this really isn't very different, except I haven't quite cracked the code yet. But you can learn a lot by working with people to say, why did you make this decision? How did you think about this? When you got this answer, what did you think about, and how did you become comfortable with it? So really the major change is just the focus of what we're asking the simple questions about, and the fact that there is a little bit more gray space that we don't actually know anything about. Yeah.
Heather.
Hi, Heather Gentili. I'm head of product for watsonx Governance and Risk and Compliance at IBM. So if you were in Kareem's session a little earlier today, he introduced the watsonx Governance launch. But the reality is we've had AI technology in market to help with governance for many years now. And so what we're seeing with the clients that we work with is while many even large global organizations have been successfully adopting predictive ML for years, these were often very business-specific initiatives supported by data science and silos. And due to the tremendous innovation opportunity, but also the cost and risk associated with generative AI, we're really seeing AI governance become more of a strategic opportunity for these organizations that we work with. And so taking the time to evaluate what are the gaps and challenges in the current process for ML adoption, and looking at formalizing ethics boards, broadening the AI governance program, so that the organization can create an enterprise-level AI governance program that will allow them to scale responsibly and consistently across these different businesses. So that's quickly shifting to be the best practice, because if you think of the power with generative AI, I mean, one model can be used to support so many, many different use cases. So to be able to align that practice at the use case level throughout the model lifecycle is something that we're seeing not just with technology, but with advisory too. Organizations really taking the opportunity to try to move along the AI maturity curve.
John?
Hello, I'm John Zecca. I'm NASDAQ's General Counsel and Chief Legal, Risk, and Regulatory Officer. So I kind of see this debate from both sides of the legal side and the contracts that we're working on with vendors and with customers, but also the risk side and the analysis there. So as has been said, AI is not entirely new. I will say where we were most focused before was on the ethical AI piece. So we put together a committee that looked at setting principles and guidelines for work. And it used a lot of the large data management techniques we'd used in the past, and also in algorithmic trading for the NASDAQ Stock Exchange. You know, in the past, that's been a key issue. So we were used to development of new technology. Obviously, things did explode with generative AI, and we've continued to look at it from the perspective of our mission is to foster ethical, inclusive growth. And so when we look at the questions that we're facing now, I think we have had to kind of close things a bit. We were talking about what your model as a company is. And I will say ours has become permission first, and partially because of our connection to the financial sector. You know, there's so much, you know, there's a need for near certainty in many of the use cases. So in protecting our data, in worrying about the question of intellectual property rights and things like that, we've had to put together a committee. We brought together not only the risk team, but the tech team, our internal audit, all of the various groups to kind of come up with a path that says we want to encourage growth, but we have to do it in a selective and creative way. So in the early days, you'd come forward with a use case, and we were meeting daily to try to get that process going. I would say now that we've green-lighted certain projects, I think it becomes a little easier. But that's the core process we're working on now.
Freddie, do you recognize some of that?
Absolutely.
USDA?
Absolutely. So I'm the Deputy Chief Data Officer of USDA, and throughout the entire day, I've heard a lot of the same trials and tribulations that we're going through in the federal government and USDA in particular. And I think that's somewhat of a good thing in a way. It means at least that we're not lagging behind as a federal agency, which we think is important. But also, one of the things that we did from what is our perspective as an agency, we asked our senior leaders, how fast do we want to go when it comes to generative AI? How slow do we want to go? And that helped really inform what we did when it came to our strategic approach in governance. I heard the previous speaker talk about putting in with your existing governance structures. So we really took a hard look at what we were doing for everything and saying, how can we take what we already have? USDA has been doing machine learning for years. So it's really, how is this different for us, and really looking at modifications. We also are a permission-first type of mindset, but not because we're trying to control everything, more to ensure that the use cases are really ethical, and we're not just jumping straight into something where we're like, oh, whoops, probably did something we shouldn't have, and the court of public opinion maybe is not exactly in our favor.
So it sounds like you're having more of these, what can we do about AI kinds of conversations, but there's some recognition about the governance risks as well. Do you feel that these have been going hand in hand, that there's more maturity on the governance side of things within the organization? Heather?
Yeah, I definitely think it's become more of a focus, especially when you look at the number of stakeholders that is brought in to have input into the governance strategy. So, taking in consideration from the marketing team, from HR, legal, compliance, risk, it's got to represent all aspects of the business in order to be aligned with the business's goals and priorities. And with that, there's new demand for KPIs and KRIs that are relevant to these stakeholders so that it's an informed view of how things are working. I also see organizations aligning over anticipation of regulatory requirements. There's not a lot of clarity in what's out there yet. Even the executive order that recently came out defines priorities, but it's not prescriptive enough for an organization to know what they need to do to be in compliance. So I think hand in hand with that, and especially with the risks that we saw back in the spring with ChatGPT becoming mainstream and employees suddenly having very easy access to a useful but risky tool, a lot of time this year has been spent evaluating existing policies and procedures and strengthening those internally as a first step to get things in order so that they can expand out from there and respond to guidance and legislation.
Then we'll come on to legislation and regulation later. I want to think a little bit about transparency itself and what it means, because obviously there's levels of transparency, there's interpretability and explainability, and it's a bit confusing. But some of it is broad principles, and some of it's quite technical. What does it look like in practice? Freddie, I'll come to you first. What are you doing when you're trying to ensure transparency? What does it look like, and what maybe, in absence of regulation on this, what should it look like?
Yeah, this is an area we're actually focusing more on qualitative transparency. And what we mean by that at USDA is making our decisions known to stakeholders across USDA. So if use cases go up to our generative AI review board and they're approved, then that approval is shared across. And same with any conditions for that approval. If there are questions on whether it might be a use case that we're accepting with some certain conditions or certain follow-up questions, we want to ensure that everyone's aware of that decision. The other piece of that also is that we're trying to increase the amount of training that's happening, not just at the C-suite, but at that middle management layer that we think will either potentially stifle innovation or encourage it. So we want those use cases to come to the review board for action, and that's where we're looking for that level of transparency to come through. Otherwise, we may see, we heard like if an organization is blocking ChatGPT, they may go on their phones. We want to reduce that risk, right, as much as possible. The other thing that we're doing, again, more on the qualitative aspect of it, is trying to get out from behind our desk, if you will. Go out, like last week I was in Western Texas visiting some USDA facilities and hearing how some use cases would be very beneficial for certain industries. and really seeing that. So when it does hit our desk for approval, I can now make that connection more so than just the use case approval form that we've submitted.
And it sounds like it's a little bit sort of like a go, no-go kind of process, or are you getting to the point where you're having to make trade-offs within the organization, and how are you articulating those trade-offs?
Absolutely. I think there's trade-offs with any use case that comes up, even low-risk ones, in my opinion. But what's good about the approach that we're taking is that we have a lot of folks at the table. I heard the CDO of the Air Force earlier talk about how the CISO was her best friend, right? And we're getting there. It's going to take a little more time. But we have cyber at the table. We have others at the table. So those trade-offs aren't necessarily made by any one group, but we want to make sure that we have equal representation across many groups such as equity, civil rights, technology, cyber, so many different levels, so we all collectively, have that more of a go, no-go decision.
Jennifer, I wonder, in your organization, what's been your experience of implementing transparency? Have you had situations where you've encountered bias in the data and AI applications, and what's been your approach to mitigating bias?
Well, our setup is very similar to Freddie's in that we have our CDO, privacy, CISO. We have our data scientists helping us out, as well as the business in the room. When we talk about actually understanding transparency, we break it into the data, and then the models, model testing, and then which model you chose and why. And I use my superpower of being the least educated, least technical person in the room to ask the basic questions on the data, what we've done to become comfortable with the data. And we do the same thing in the model space. And I think the thing we have to get used to, which I'm least comfortable with, is you're not going to know everything. You're not going to have full transparency. You can know what you don't know, and you can jot that down and be aware of it and try to solve it. I think when you bring up bias, originally when I think about bias in data, I think it's pretty easy to spot, and then had the example at a company that I worked at that had massive amounts of real estate data, and we started using that data to make decisions, and we made all these great decisions, and then learned about how banks would only lend money to certain demographics in certain areas, and realized all of our decisions were bad. And even to this day, I can't think about how I would have spotted that. And so now I look at bias in a much more conservative way, and with lots of nerves, because there are things that we just can't get transparency in, but we can try to think about as best we can.
Because some of this is just going to inevitably be something that you deal with after the fact, right? It's post hoc. But would there be anything, obviously, that you could have done to catch it earlier by being more cautious?
You should just ask me what keeps me up at night. I still think about it all the time, and I don't know what we could have done to do that differently.
I wonder if anyone else on the panel has an example of where bias mitigation has led to changes in your system's output or decision-making process.
Well, we have fewer of the sort of the retail-focused products, so a little bit less. But I will say, I think there's a component of this that is important, which is as we set the calibration and as we look at the various categories, I think it is important that we recognize that not all use cases are created equally. And so in the transparency front, particularly for very highly regulated financial services companies, there's almost a complete explainability model, which makes a lot of sense in a lot of the products. What we were just talking about, Jennifer was talking about. But there are other situations. We have anti-financial crime products. So in that context, we're actually trying to use AI to cut through all the noise and find the bad actors, to find the human traffickers, the drug dealers, or the people who are trying to manipulate the market. And in that context, pure explainability can become a hindrance because the people we're up against, of course, don't have that impediment. They have access to the technology, and they're trying to use it to get the maximum that they can as a bad actor. And if we have complete explainability and all of that requirement in order to implement some technology, we're always going to be at a disadvantage. So part of what we're trying to do, and this is obviously external as well in educating policymakers, is trying to ensure that we have a calibrated approach as a society to the use case.
That's actually sort of quite similar to what you see in EU regulation, for instance, that they're going to be legislating by levels of risk.
Right.
So I can imagine that level of clarity might actually be helpful for organizations. Is that an approach, Heather, that you've seen work and that you would recommend to clients and so on?
Absolutely. So when we look to integrate governance in the AI adoption process, it does start at the use case. So, the review process of the use case is it in line with the organization's ethical goals? Does it need to be reviewed by an ethics board? A risk assessment to help determine not only the level of risk this use case brings, but also we can recommend the types of monitoring that the model should be subject to based on the data it's using and the purpose of the use case. And then it goes from there, as you mentioned, to the engineering where we're collecting baseline information about the different models that could potentially be used to meet the use case, but creating a performance baseline. And that will be used as the comparison for all the monitoring going forward. So explainability starts very early on, but it continues throughout the process. And technology can create that audit trail for you because this is iterative. What happens if the monitoring throws an alert? Well, it goes back to engineering. You go back to doing performance testing against the baseline, and maybe there's a V2, or maybe that model's sunset and replaced with something else. But now you have a full train of history of what's supporting the use case that you can then do, ROI analysis around and other sorts of things.
I'm wondering what, on this question of sort of governance, but it is actually more around whether you're going to abide by these principles and keep up with them while innovating. John, I'll come to you on this, I think, first, and then maybe Freddie, you could comment as well. What trade-offs do you encounter when balancing innovation around AI and how you use it and these governance requirements?
Well, there's certainly the question of the time element, right? So, this is very much an area where people are very excited to develop use cases, get them out, and of course, any process is about slowing things down, making sure you have full understanding. I think it's a trade-off that does not have to be catastrophic. I think it is an important part of the process, but that is a step in the debate. I think the other thing that we have to always consider is, what is the use case, where it's going, and has the product fully developed? This is an area where there's been a huge amount of development in the last year. I would say that the business products that are out there in the market, while they're very good for certain things, are still developing, and as is the business structure, the contract process that the vendors are putting in place. So we do sometimes have to step back and say, okay, well, given the amount of liability protection we're getting for this particular use case, it's probably not something we can do, because if we're sued by a third party, it's we don't have proper coverage. So I think those are things that are going to be developed over time, but those are steps in the process that are I think at this point somewhat critical and still developing.
Freddie, does that resonate with your experience?
Oh, absolutely. And I think some of the things that we're doing to balance innovation and risk is looking at it as a spectrum. And I think initially, when ChatGPT first came out, the initial decision was, great, let's block it. Done. No more. We're good. And of course, being able to back away from that and say, we do need to encourage innovation at USDA when it comes to generative AI, but how do we do that safely? How do we do that securely? So some of the actions we've taken in that regard are the centralization of an innovation lab. So we can stand up the infrastructure at the USDA level and not at the individual components of USDA trying to figure that out by themselves and maybe forget to cross the T or dot an I, and now we have potential data leakage situations. But we are encouraging the decentralization of use case ideation. So that way ideas can come from any one of our 100,000 federal employees across USDA, but it goes through this governance process where the best and the ones with the most impact can still make it through. So that's just the start of our balance. We think that we could still make further progress to make that more towards the innovation side and take on just a little bit more risk. But we want to start with cautious experimentation. That's something that we've been talking with other federal agencies about, and it's a very similar approach that we're all taking together.
Jennifer, I'm not sure what your view is on this, because I was struck that you said that it made that that instance of bias made the model basically useless, right?
Not everyone thought it was useless. I think I was jarred more than some, but.
Okay. But when you look at these principles, how much do you see there actually being a business case for these rather than a regulatory requirement or a concern about reputational risk? Do you think that there is some link between AI safety and so on and long-term success and actual business use?
I mean, I do in the way that if you don't innovate, others will and you'll be left behind. But I think it's not really a one-size-fits-all situation. So I've worked at 3 different companies in the past 10 years, and you could not set up your governance the same way at each of them. One was highly innovative. Analytics was in their DNA for 20 years. They know how to think about data. They know how to protect the customer. The ethos is customer first.
This is still in financial services.
Still in financial services, all in financial services. You know, one had not done any type of analytics, and another was kind of right in the middle. And the trade-offs are different in how you have to govern and how fast you can allow people to move depending on the maturity of the analytics function within the organization. Setting up things like centers of excellence are really great ways, and I'm not making a comment about your organization, to help organizations that have not had analytics built into their DNA. You can come up with an idea and someone can help you execute it. So I think in any of these considerations, you have to think about the maturity of the organization and how fast you can move certain aspects of the governance if you're more mature and where you have to put more controls.
John, you've been nodding vigorously throughout that. Is that something you agree with?
Well, I think you know, there is always this disconnect on expectations in the future, and I think part of what I come back to is where are we going, right? You know, so we're at a point in time still comparatively early days. So how are we going to scale whatever we develop now to work in the future? And so part of it is going to be from, I think, coalescing around best practices. You know, people say, well, we want regulation, but a lot of early regulation is often very restrictive and ends up being outdated fairly quickly. So I think part of the question is through our governance mechanisms, can we start to develop these common practices, common things that then allow us to scale and develop as the technology grows and allows us to continue to innovate. And that to me is the part that I think is in play right now as we look around the world and we see very different models of potential regulation.
So let's move on to regulation now, and I think then we'll start opening it up to some Q&A. It seems like you're talking about sort of a need or a desire or a want for some clarity on regulation. And Heather, I'll come to you on this. What aspects of AI governance do you believe should be standardized industry-wide, and what are the roles of the different actors in this space to self-govern and establish industry standards versus regulation to just get this balance between innovation and rules of the road and so on?
Well, I think you know, if you think about the title for our panel, Breaking Open the Black Box, when it comes to AI adoption, there's really dual responsibility. There's responsibility for the part of the model provider. So as IBM, you know, we create and make available models like Granite. And we've been in the generative AI model space for years. Watson Discovery uses a generative AI model. It was our IP. But clients have successfully used it and trusted it for years and years. With Granite, we published a 12-page white paper that discussed our development methodologies and the different quality controls that went into building the model, how it was trained, even governance, risk, and compliance considerations in the model development process. IBM Blue Pile data and what are the sources included in that data set and how are they curated. So very detailed, right? So somebody who's considering using the Granite model has a whole lot of transparency into how it was created and how it was trained by IBM. And then we indemnify for copyright with that model. So we're putting assurances behind it. What we can't control is somebody taking that model and using it for a use case that's unethical or not intended for purpose. And so in the legislation, it focuses on what are the responsibility of the model builder before you put it out to market, And then as the model adopter, what are your responsibilities? And the themes are really consistent between the two. I mean, you need to take an ethical standpoint. You need to consider safety. You need to be responsible in your definition and adoption of AI. But there is that line, right? And so the model provider has to be held accountable, but so does the adopter of the model.
Yeah, absolutely. And that seems to be the approach that the regulation side is still trying to actually figure out the distinctions between.
Where does that line fall?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Freddie, I'm interested in your perspective on this, partly because you're a federal agency, and so are presumably having to abide a little bit more closely to voluntary guidelines. How do you see the role for regulation? What's your experience of being? Is that the case, that you are having to abide more closely by these voluntary guidelines, and what's your take on it?
Yeah, so when the executive order on artificial intelligence was signed by the president, the next day, the Office of Management and Budget put out draft guidance for federal agencies to follow, essentially turning that into, quote, legislation, into regulation for federal agencies to follow. And in there, I'm not going to summarize it. I'll probably use ChatGPT later to summarize it, but at a high level, it requires a chief artificial intelligence officer, standing up AI governance at a certain level within federal agencies. But it also pushes for AI talent. So there is a huge push from the administration to ensure that we have the workforce to be able to execute on the executive order on AI. So for me, I think that's a kind of glimpse into what the administration is thinking in terms of where they want to put an emphasis. They are discouraging federal agencies from necessarily blocking generative AI, just blanket, but encouraging its use with proper guardrails. And I think that's a really good start in allowing that innovation to happen and accepting a little risk, while taking some innovation steps and seeing where we can go from there.
John, you're as much as you're using AI, you're also sort of mediating and policing the use of AI in the markets, right? You're considering combating financial crime and malicious actors that might cause havoc in the markets. So what's your approach on that? Presumably you are working more closely with regulators or aligned in some ways. I'm just sort of wondering from that angle what your take is.
Yeah, I think I would break it into two categories. One would be market surveillance, and the other would be anti-financial crime. So in the anti-financial crime area, we are working with regulators, law enforcement agencies, and of course with banks who serve an incredibly important role in finding bad conduct and then escalating it to regulators. So I think the two areas where it would be critical to get further feedback from the government. One is this question of we have having a tiered structure on explainability and tiering the regulation to the use case. So we talked about that earlier. I think that's an important one. The second is getting more of a feedback loop. So the one thing we in crime prevention and particularly on the technology side, we suffer from sometimes is a lack of clarity on which were the most successful. It's sort of the government tends to want to run with a case and we don't necessarily hear feedback. And of course that makes it harder for us to improve the product going forward. So I think on that one, that's critical while ensuring that we have a structure that encourages more innovation in the space. On the market surveillance side, and the SEC has talked about this, we have to think about AI in the question of what harm could it do to the market, just as we have every other product. I don't think there's per se anything unique with AI. We had concerns about program trading back in the 80s, and then algorithmic trading in the early 2000s. So we can learn from those experiences and adapt them to this model. But you do have to think about, look, is there something different with the AI scenario? Is there something different with how it evolves over time that could create new, unique situations? So the SEC has a rule proposal out there which covers some of these same things, making sure you have procedures, making sure you have processes to test, making sure you have owners for the product. So I think we're all looking at it the same way. But I think the overall thing I would say with regulation is we're not starting with a blank slate. There are lots of regulations that have applicability in the AI case, whether it's Fair Housing Act, IP laws, all sorts of the securities law. So where I think regulators need to focus and legislators, it's on stitching those pieces together and making sure they work in this context. not necessarily an entirely new structure. And I think the Biden administration order kind of recognizes that. It doesn't say, let's create a new super AI regulator. It tries to stitch together the various pieces and have a calibrated approach.
Yeah, and one of the challenges, to your point, is that the technology is moving so quickly that it's hard for regulators to keep up. And actually, you see that in the EU regulation and the NIST framework and others trying to scramble to redefine what AI is so that it is future-proof. Based on your experiences, maybe come to you, Heather, first. What do you think is the way that regulators can play a role that is anticipatory and forward-looking enough without it being something that you're always trying to chase and anticipate different regulations that might be too prescriptive and challenging to adhere to?
Well, honestly, it starts with education, right? Because as a regulator, most people writing the legislation, thinking about legislation today, don't have much of an AI background. And so, we actively have participated quite a bit in Washington, D.C. Christina Montgomery, our Chief Privacy and Trust Officer, has testified before Congress. We regularly meet with the regulatory agencies globally, very close to the ones in D.C., but globally to talk about where technology is going and emerging technology. So AI has always been part of those conversations, but so is cloud and blockchain. So I think getting an understanding of not only the innovation opportunity and the risks, but more context around, how AI works and how it can successfully be governed is another piece to that understanding, so that the guidance or regulation that's written provides guardrails, it provides directions, but it's not overly restrictive.
Got it. Okay, I think it's time to open out to the audience for questions. I think we've got some roaming mics over here and here. We have a question here.
AI has made progress in many areas, but in healthcare, it's falling behind. The adoption is very slow. One of the reasons is that the physicians, they don't like to accept decisions based on AI without seeing the reason. These are not black box things. How do you propose to solve it?
Who wants to take that one?
I can talk about that. So if you saw our panel a little bit earlier today, one of IBM's principles of ethics is that we don't use AI to make decisions for us as a company. It's not a best practice. You need the human in the loop, right? Particular to healthcare, I do agree. It's a very foreign concept to physicians to just trust something like a diagnosis to AI. I think that, in healthcare, the opportunity is to look at what challenges specifically those physicians may be having, whether it's leveraging something like an LLM to draw parallels in different research papers or, some sort of a use case that isn't going to have a negative impact on patient care, but really looks at creating productivity for those people. And with the right use case focus, we have had great collaboration with different healthcare providers and insurance companies. I mean, there's a whole bunch of success stories out there. But I do agree that part of the market is a little bit delayed in adoption because they are very risk adverse for the right reasons.
My dad's a lawyer, and we went through the same conversation where this thing can't make better decisions than I can. And so how I got my dad there, since he's retired and has lots of free time now, was to actually have him use the tool and then go and do the research himself and compare the results. And it's just part of, and doctors don't want to be told what to do, but it's part of culture change. And how do you help people understand that this isn't doing your job, it's enabling you to do a better job and giving you more time to do more things. I'm sure you've tried that already, but it is more of a culture change conversation than a let's get down into the data and show you exactly why it made that decision and you made another one and you were wrong. So I would focus a lot on the conversations around culture change because you're probably not going to convince them that the tool is any smarter than they are.
We talk about at USDA that the A in AI is not artificial, it's augmentation. That it's being used to augment the human decision-making process. So it's not meant to replace. I think, I don't want to put any one company out there, a good way, but like I like how Microsoft has branded their AI as Copilot. I think that's a really, really good mindset to have. So, when we talk about deploying generative AI at USDA, it's similar to that, not to replace the human decision-making process, but more to augment it. And any use cases that come where it replaces the human's decision, that's where we look at that a lot closer.
Maybe if I could just say, because first caveat, I'm not an expert in healthcare, but I think what you're saying is something you probably would have said about doctors and lawyers, with the internet when it came out, So I think part of it is use cases and time. And so where we are right now, again, early days for some of this. So will it be the same in 2, 3, 5 years? I don't think so.
I think that bringing up references is like chicory coffee. This is a surrogate. This is not what they want. The way to go is to look into the reasoning and show why the decision was made. And not to say, this one and this one item, data in the patient, triggered this answer. This is the way to go. And it's not diagnosis, it's to explain them why the ranking of probabilities of a diagnosis sets that way.
It's the explainability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's easier said than done in some contexts of modeling.
Absolutely.
Any more questions? I think we've got one from this side of the room.
Thank you. You have really interesting discussion, especially around the decisions. So I'm just going to throw a statement out here. I want to get a reaction. Some would argue that the threshold for when we should transition to self-driving cars would be not when fatalities reach 0, but when they dip below fatalities caused by other human drivers. Hospital and doctor error. I used to work in healthcare. Hospital and doctor error is, by some estimates, the cause of over 1/3 of all deaths in hospital. So when I hear we won't outsource decisions to AI or a machine, are we considering are we having hubris? Do we think humans also make perfect decisions? And why are you so confident that you as a company would make a better decision than an AI?
I think AI making recommendations gives humans the opportunity to review those recommendations and take personal accountability. And it's an ethical standard, right? Perhaps the human would have overlooked one of the recommendations brought forward by AI. And so now, especially for a healthcare use case, you have a more informed view than you as a doctor with 40 years of experience had on your own, because this was an outlier that you never would have considered, and it turns out it was the right one. So I do think there is a lot of opportunity to gain deeper insights from AI and the information that it provides.
I think there's also levels of autonomy, right? So I think of the trolley problem and how generative AI may tackle that today. How will that be tackled 5 years from now, 10 years from now? We'll see. But I think always having a human in a loop is not meant to really to stifle innovation and prevent it, but it's more to understand the decision-making process, because ultimately people are accountable, right? And I think of the various USDA programs, billions of dollars of funds flowing to marginalized communities and people. It's a little difficult to say, well, an AI made this decision and we trusted it unconditionally. We'd rather say, at the end of the day, someone made a decision here, and we stand by that decision, right or wrong.
Great. I think that's time. So thank you very much. Thank you for your questions, and thank you very much to our panel. Thank you. Right. Next up, I think we have another interactive audience debate in which we're going to get your views to argue for and against the following motion, which is: this House believes the risks of generative AI content and its disinformation are not properly addressed. Those of you who were here for the previous one will know that you should be aware of the live stream here, but we take it as given that the opinions you share do not necessarily represent your organization. I want to start to
argue this back and forth, but maybe we can take a read of the hands for this motion once you've digested it. So this House believes the risks of generative AI content and its disinformation are not properly addressed. So those in favor of the motion, can I ask you to raise your hands? I'm going to try and do this sort of roughly. Okay, we've got about half the room, I think. And those who are against? Far fewer. So, in fact, some didn't put their hands up to either. Maybe some undecideds to begin with. Let's see how the balance changes on that. Does anybody want to take the floor to the motion and to argue in favor of the motion? This House believes the risks of generative AI content and its disinformation are not properly addressed. Does anybody want to make the case? We've got someone over here.
I can take the floor from here, right? I don't have to go up there.
You don't have to come.
Okay, great. So my name is Florence Hudson. I was actually at IBM for a very long time. I worked on Watson and things like that. And now I'm at Columbia University, and I run the Northeast Big Data Innovation Hub. So I'm in data all the time. And we teach students and researchers how they can use AI, but just like y'all said, you're responsible. The thing that concerns me is, some people were talking about, the ethics of it. We call it responsible data science, right? Including security, privacy, and ethics. And we're not teaching people the risk they have in using it. So I was actually in a CEO roundtable a couple of months ago, and the CEO said, oh yeah, we just use ChatGPT. It knows exactly what it's talking about. I'm like, it does not. If you were using the free one and you ask it about Silicon Valley Bank, it will not tell you that it imploded, because it stopped learning in September of 2021. So we're not teaching people the risks of using it. And it's a lot to understand. Like, if you hear about generative AI and you don't know anything, you just know I have artificial intelligence auto-incorrect on my phone, that's all I know, right? And then you start using it to understand, well, GPT-4 versus GPT-3, and this one knows nothing, and that one knows more. It's a lot. It's really a lot for a plebeian, for any human. So I wonder how we can teach them the responsible way to use it so they're safer, the recommendations that they make are safer. And we haven't really figured that out yet, and I'm not sure how we're going to. So I'd be interested in how we can reduce the risk, to help people understand information versus disinformation.
Interesting. So who wants to argue against the motion here? Who's thinking that maybe we're perfectly aware of the risks of misinformation, disinformation, and accuracy from these models, that it is being properly addressed? Who wants to take the opposing view? Do we have anyone who wants to argue against it? Devil's advocate. Let's go. Yeah.
Can you define properly addressed? I looked at this statement and I'm like, I can't say I'm for it, I can't say I'm not for it, because I really don't understand what properly addressed means. I think your comment about educating people so that they understand what they're dealing with and they understand what they should be aware of and conscious of as they look at some of these tools is right on the spot. But I don't know that there is such a thing as properly addressing the risks.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit ambiguous. I'm seeing it for the first time myself as well. I think we can see this as whether organizations adopting this are mindful enough about the limits of accuracy and so on in these models. Maybe they're using them for too much sort of factual uses and so on, rather than realizing that maybe accuracy is a problem. Or it's also about disinformation and how we regulate it and how we police it. Let's leave it open to interpretation a little bit. Does anybody want to argue back and make the case again for the generative AI content is not properly addressed? What are some of the issues that you're really concerned about on this topic?
The previous speaker mentioned about ChatGPT, probably the most popular generative AI tool, stopped learning in 2021. The other thing we have to worry about is what it learned on up until 2021, and the data that it learned on is biased because it learned on what's available, and what's available is inherently biased. But if you think about the important kind of biases about what's available on the internet is, are marginalized communities well represented by data on the internet? I would argue no. I think a lot of people would argue no. And using these tools without clear knowledge and understanding of how that can produce biased results and just perpetuate bias can be a real problem.
Does anybody want to make the case that these things are being addressed, so that they are augmenting those data sets to mitigate bias in the underlying data set, or thinking about layers on top of it to reduce some of those accuracy and bias issues, that fundamentally this is a problem that will go away in time? Does anybody want to make that case?
Yeah, I don't know if this qualifies as making a case, but can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, lovely. But there are a lot of sort of motions in play, right? With red teaming and with the AI DEFCON, largest that happened in Vegas earlier this year, there were teams and teams of people trying to break models, proprietary models, right? And these models are now using parts of RHFL to train themselves to preclude from disclosing disinformation to a certain extent. Second, I think watermarking technologies are not out there, but probably by next year you'll at least have some watermarking technology which could distinguish machine-generated text and machine-generated images from human-generated ones. So you at least know that these disinformation capabilities are being created by certain actors and which models are creating that. So I think I like her provocation and clarification. They probably might not be properly addressed, but just like any technology, we haven't actually managed to solve any issues of social media after 15 years. So it's hard to imagine that a technology that has been around for a year will be properly addressing them. But there are steps being taken which are much more magnanimous than ever during social media to address this.
Yeah. So it is being addressed. It is being addressed. So we have a point over here at the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's augmenting. I'll just say my comment. So I think it's just it's early days, right? Like in terms of, if you look throughout history, we have these periods of this is the Bronze Age, this is the Iron Age, all these other things, and now we talk about we're in the Information Age, but it's only been 25 years. So it's just we're in a really kind of an early day of really understanding it. So I think we're starting to have healthy conversations around it. The thing that bothers me, I guess, is that, and this is also just kind of a reflection of my own personal experience, it's pretty new to me just to see just how much information in general can be weaponized. For a machine that's not entirely known in terms of how it's actually kind of using information to then synthesize a message that can then be weaponized is pretty disturbing. And I think it's one of those things that we're really going to have to, as society, really start addressing that more holistically and more thoroughly before I think we can kind of trust more blindly some of the generated information. Now this isn't a computer problem, this is a human problem. But I think this basically kind of exacerbates this because of just the mechanics and how it works. But I think that's I think it's early. I think we need to do something about it. I would be very, very cautious of using a lot of this information until we kind of solve that. And I agree with the comments that were made in terms of the the technical advancements, but I think we're a long way off before we truly address that issue.
Great. Does anybody want to take some opposing views? Okay.
So I think a lot of the conversation on this topic tends to be about what generative AI content disinformation has to say, and what is properly addressing that, and that like lies have always existed. People have printed them, people have said that, there have been rumor mills, like it's about kind of human actors. I think why I support this motion is not what generative AI content says, but how it says it. In that we as humans have developed tricks in our society to try and understand the credibility of what we're told in an
environment where some information is truthful, untruthful, uninformed, well-informed, etc., about the confidence with which people speak, the emotional way they connect with us, and how they talk to us in their tone of voice and understand and mimic back how we're speaking. And some of these chatbots are now starting to do that for the first time. And that is where it gets really interesting and a little scary, because I think that they can be persuasive and sound authoritative in a very new way that our brain just naturally clicks into.
So do you think model creators should be doing more to address that? That that's in some ways irresponsible for it to be put out into the world like that?
Should they? I think that would be good. Will everyone? Definitely not. Like, the genie's out of the bottle, and I think it's just going to be a little chaotic.
I'm starting to see some. Oh, yeah, we've got. Are we arguing against the motion or for the motion? Against. Okay.
Yeah. So in the beginning of this conversation, I actually agree with this motion, but as more conversation going on, I decided to add a little bit more spice.
Great.
And so the thing is, we need to understand that here we are saying the risk of the generative AI content is being addressed. It's the content. We didn't say that the risk of using the content being addressed or not. So if we all have experience talking with ChatGPT, sometimes it tells you, I'm just a large language model, I cannot address your question. So it actually telling you that it is just a model. It doesn't answer all type of question. And in a certain area, they said, sorry, I cannot answer this type of question because it involves some regulations. So I would say that actually the risk of the content already being addressed. And calling back what that gentleman said about what we need to address is human, not computer. Because no matter generative AI or Wikipedia, it has been produced in a way. We are the people who decide to believe it or to use it or not. Wikipedia has been there for many, many, many years, and there's still wrong information on Wikipedia because people write it, right? So in this case, can we say that, okay, we have been learning wrong information online? No. We educated students, because I come from higher education. By the way, I work in New Jersey Institute of Technology. So come from a higher education background. Why we set the courses for students to learn not to do plagiarism? Because we are telling students how to use the information properly. So as technology evolves nowadays, the computer already developed. It's us, human. We need to develop accordingly how to use the information that now a new engine gives to us. Yeah, so.
Great. I think we have a strong case against the motion now. Does anybody want to argue back and say that these risks are not being properly addressed and that it's actually outweighed by some of these risks? Anybody want to take to the floor on either side? We've got maybe up.
So Cal brings some extra spice. I think everybody brought up really great points. And I would maybe start to challenge us to think more like in terms of this risk and in fraud training. If you're training people on fraud, you train people on how to react, detect that fraud. So when I heard the gentleman over there say, this can be, a couple fits. I heard words like weaponized. For me, it's weird to think of words as weapons. But I understand the perspective. But if you are easily convinced and persuadable, if you're somebody who, to your point, can be convinced by someone who's very charismatic or speaks in an emotional tone, which is probably most people, then what we should do is train people to react to that and be a little bit better critical thinkers. Because whether it's GPT, whether it's disinformation or whatever we're calling this stuff, the humans have been doing this to each other for centuries, for thousands of years. So I always teach in my teams, my employees, to be hyper skeptical of information and data, validate it, built those muscles to, as you said, navigate a world of confusion, and there is no right answer most times. It's really hard to get to true fact. I don't know how you regulate that, but good luck, everybody.
Thank you very much. Before we take a vote, does someone want to take bring another point to the table on this one? I think we're seeing some shifting perspectives, which is a little bit encouraging because it was a whitewash before we started. Does anybody want to raise some points? Here we have one at the back.
All right, well, I'm a biotechnology analyst, and AI can be tremendously helpful in the medical and biotechnology area. And so far, it hasn't been really used improperly, that much, for what I know. But even if it is, luckily in biotechnology and healthcare, you're saying your drug can do this? Well, prove it. You have to go through trials, usually long trials. And of course, people for years have been fudging things here and there. That's always happened. And I can agree with this, but okay, they're not being properly addressed. But as some people have pointed out, in other areas, more social areas and et cetera, the cat's kind of out of the bag. Okay, so they're not being properly addressed. So all right, we'll vote for this. Now the next question is, so how do we properly address it? That's my next question. But in certain areas like science, it's really helpful, and much more often. Than the not is kind of rare, and so that's a good thing. But again, there's a lot of ways you can screw things up with the wrong AI. So I would like to know how you're going to do it. You guys are more the experts in that area than I am, so I welcome any answers.
Does anybody want to take the other side on that and talk about what it would look like to properly address these risks and what they feel is missing? We have two hands here. Maybe this gentleman first, and then this guy first.
Speak against in favour of the motion, and the elder of us all know how the internet has been used to spread disinformation. You can argue that people before the internet were better informed than they are today, because there's so much disinformation on the internet out there. Why not just simply worried that AI will multiply that sort of effect that the internet has already had? And so I just don't think how it can be properly addressed. We haven't been able to address it on the internet.
We have another hand here.
Yeah, so I do a lot of, sorry, it started working. Didn't mean to yell in all your ears. Okay, so I do a lot of standards work with like IEEE. I don't know if any of you have heard of it, the Institute for Electronic Engineers. They did like the Wi-Fi standard. That's how you get to use Wi-Fi here, right? And so I'm wondering if anybody has input on that, because we actually have an AI standards effort in healthcare right now for medical devices, and I'm involved in that, and it's actually being led by some researchers in China. So I'll just put it all out there. And these are international organizations, because when you're wearing a medical device, you could go anywhere on the planet, right? And if there's something that's trying to sense and actuate, sense something going on and then do something to protect you, you want to make sure wherever you are, you're protected, right? So I'd be interested in anyone who wants to give us input, because I'm in like the middle of security and privacy standards for medical devices and data. So feel free to tell me what you know or you're afraid of here or afterward.
Okay. Does anybody want to address that now, or we can? We've got one more, and then I think we're going to take a vote, and then we'll see where we're at.
Yeah, just a two-parter. It's not entirely addressing that, but I think there's two parts, right? There's an education element in terms of educating those who have access, but we also have to give some recognition that not everybody has access to information. This thing that we call the digital divide, and that people still need to be protected. So I think the regulation and as the implementation really has to take two forms: is that educational standpoint for those who are in the system, but also recognize those who are out, who still need to be protected. And I think that what the gentleman said is true of the misinformation and things like that, and that's all the more cause for that sort of, double-edged sword, if you will, of protection as well as education.
Great. So I think we'll leave it there, and we'll see how the mood has shifted in the course of the discussion. So let's see a raise of hands for those in favour of the motion. So those in favour of this House believes the risks of generative AI content are not properly addressed. Those in favour? Okay. Similar. More interestingly, are those against? Who do we have arguing against? About the same, I would say. The mood has not shifted, but I hope we all had an interesting discussion. There was certainly some interesting views shared. So thank you very much for participating in that. So one last session of the day before some closing drinks. We're going to have a conversation with Orlando Gadea, who I will welcome to the stage. Orlando is Global VP for Customer Experience Transformation at Stanley Black & Decker. Welcome,
Thank
Orlando.
you.
Nice to see you. So we're going to discuss scaling AI effectively, and particularly how to overcome barriers that firms are facing when it comes to scaling AI. At Economist Impact, we've covered AI adoption for a long time in our research, and historically we've found that companies have really struggled, right? To generalize, they haven't really been sure what they're doing sometimes. Sometimes they say they're doing more than they are actually doing. They have struggles with data, with talent, all those kinds of things, and governance as well. And even though we see some of the investment, we see a lot of AI initiatives fail to get past a kind of a testing stage. They don't ever scale out to compelling use cases. So I'd be interested to hear on your reflections on your own experience of scaling AI. Maybe let's start with understanding how you're using AI at the moment. And I'd be interested to hear, you have a customer experience role. What has been your journey with AI so far? What is your level of maturity within that space of customer experience?
I would say, like everybody else, we're on the beginning of really exploring AI. Gen AI just came a year ago. We have been experimenting with AI for the last 5 to 6 years in different areas. Data analysis, it's a big area. Conversational AI, it's something that we are working a lot. And lately, with new models on Gen AI, how can we improve our advertisement, create copy, accelerate a lot of processes that used to take long and drive efficiencies in those processes.
So maybe in the customer experience side, what are the sort of flagship ones that you've used that you've seen that really address business challenges? And when you say that you're driving efficiencies and so on, what has been the sort of performance impact of what you've done so far?
Yeah, absolutely. First, we need to define what is customer experience of customer support. Everybody thinks that customer support is something that happens, my refrigerator broke, that's customer support. That's not how we see it. For us, it's a marketing tool. Brand, it's a representation of trust, right? If you're going to buy diapers, you buy the brand. You trust that it's going to do a good job. You trust the car that it's not going to left you on the road. And that trust is earned in the interactions that you have with the company as much as interactions that you have with a product, right? So if you think about that, then you are facing a complete different approach to customer support. It's not a cost center. It's not something that you try to minimize and mitigate. It is something that drives value. Every connection drives value. It strengthens the brand where you want. Now, every connection has a cost. And then we're a company. We need to make sure our return on investment. What AI is allowing us is play in different spaces where before the cost was prohibitive for us to participate. Some examples, you're not a very experienced person with tools. You go buy a drill, you're facing the store, 20 different drills. Who would be better to explain you what are the differences between the drills and help you find the need than us? We make them, we are the experts, and we might be a little bit biased to our brands, which is good at the point of purchase, right? So there are a lot of opportunities that AI can unleash. Now, those opportunities come with challenge. If you are the subject matter expert, You need to be right 100% of the times, right? 90% of the time doesn't make the cut. But those are very exciting cases that we have. And then there are many instances where people just want to get like a quick answer to a very short problem. They don't really want to engage with a person. They just want in and out. And AI is great in that level as well.
So it's really changing the relationship that you're having with the customer, right? Because I guess at scale, you're able to have a much more personal connection with your customers.
Yeah, it's changing the way that companies do business. Think about it. We are a manufacturer. We sell through a channel. Think about the soup, the diapers, all these manufacturers that do not have an opportunity to connect directly with their audience at the scale that we are talking in a cost-effective way. So it's really changing how we do business, how we see our customers, who actually are our customers, who are our end users, and how do we drive value across the whole chain. And that's something that we couldn't do, quite honestly, without leveraging AI and new technologies.
So talk me through a little bit more about how these projects get off the ground at Stanley Black & Decker and your experiences in that process. Do you feel like you've got a setup that is working well for you and getting from ideation to rollout?
We have had many success where we're all learning. But on general rule of thumb, I would say that the first and most important part is that you understand what is the value of what you are doing. You understand it in such a way that you can articulate it and educate people, especially when it comes to AI. If I talk AI with my boss, in his mind, we open the computer and it just happened. You know, you just hit enter and boom, it's solved, right? Why would you need money for that? And why would you need like 1 year or 2 years? Or how do you explain all the risk but the benefit, right? So articulating what's the value proposition, what are you solving for, and then educating people on what does it mean, the journey that you are going to embark are key parts, right? To not only make sure that you get the investment, but then the support that you need as things go bad that will eventually happen until you can see things through.
So when you sort of address the question that we're really looking at here, when you think about the different barriers you face, it seems like some of it is getting the investment and the buy-in and the understanding as well. Some of it will be those kinds of organizational issues, but also the infrastructure that you're building.
Yeah.
What's the single biggest barrier you faced along the way?
I don't know if there's a single. I can think about 5 that are really big. First, education. Really explaining people and your stakeholders what is and what it's not AI and put things in perspective. Second, addressing data. There are many different ways that you will leverage AI. For example, we were talking about conversational AI. How many questions can people ask and where would you get the answer? If you are in a bank and I ask how much money I have in my bank account, there's a system of record. But if you are, for example, in our case, you ask about what features of a drill. Well, historically, we don't have that data because we had engineers that would populate an ERP, which is technical information, and then our dealers, the stores selling, would get with all that marketing data. So we don't have that data in many cases, right? So creating that data and making sure that you have data that is reliable, it's really important. FAQs. There are FAQs that were written 25 years ago. And there are so many that how do you know which questions have the right answer? So data, it's a big part on that. Then you have to think about the skill gap. There is a lot of people getting trained and improving, but there's still a big skill gap in doing that. And that drives you to the 4th point. You need to do this at scale. You need to hire specialist people. That comes at a price, and that drives your cost on the AI app. So that's really important. And the 5th, there are obviously all these legal and ethical concerns that we have been talking, but there is something that we don't normally talk. And it's that people think, in many cases, that AI, it's like automatic pilot. And then you can disconnect yourself from the process. And there's a serious problem in discipline. I'm going to give you an example. Last week, I was in a meeting, and when I asked about objectives, I didn't really get like a very clear answer on a marketing thing. Then I went and I looked at the data on what we were doing, and I saw that all the KPIs were off the roof. When I started digging, it turns out that they were using AI to improve the KPIs. But then they also use AI to define the goals. So nobody knows what, they were doing great, but nobody knows where we were going, right? So you look at the KPIs, we're doing amazing, but we're not going anywhere according to our strategy or what we were doing. So I think that this sometimes lack of discipline or make sure that there's a clear vision articulated on what you're going to do, there's a clear problem that the AI solves, and then this discipline to keep things in check and make sure that you're progressing towards where you're going, it's really important. We always need to remember AI is a tool. Just like we don't write anymore on paper, we write on a computer. Well, now we use AI to enhance what we do. But we cannot let AI do everything. It will, if you let it, but it just might not go to where you want to go, right? And it might be serious risk.
So how are you coordinating yourself, organizing yourself as a business and coordinating across your role as customer experience lead with those technical resources, with those governance and other areas? How is it working, or how are you thinking that it works most effectively, and if it's a successful model for you to get those pilot projects off the ground and then scale them up?
So we work with small groups, kind of COEs in very particular projects where we clearly define what's the problem, how are we going to use AI. And then we create these multidisciplinary groups with people from IT, people from the business, people from marketing, and we put them together, and then we go and drive. We normally have an approach in which we start with very small proof of concepts. In our case, for example, we start by, I don't know, let's say on conversational AI, going back to that, we want to solve questions, so probably we'll run a very basic experiment. We write 30 questions, and we ask different models that we are analyzing the same question. We come back with the answers. We check if somebody has a much better answer rate or it's more accurate, and then we shortlist 2 or 3, and we'll run a pilot for 2-3 months, and then we decide on go or no go. That's on this execution of the project. We also have a privacy and AI committee, which will validate that this AI is being deployed in a way that it's safe, that the information that we're collecting or using it's well protected, and that what we're doing is ethical and legal. And then we have a rhythm that probably we have 2,000-3,000 people joining once a month, where we showcase what are the different AI things that we're doing, what are the different projects. We showcase what worked and what didn't work. And then we invite people to come up with their cases, and we try to review them among these small steercos that we have.
Where do you think there might be some failure points when you think about what others are doing here? I'm sort of actually interested on the notion that most initiatives fail. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, because they're all, this is a lot of test and experimentation, right? They get to a certain point and they fail. What's your experience with the things that fail and the things that get off the ground? Do you think that there are fundamental problems with the process, or do you think so?
I've been in innovation for a long time. I would say that out of 10 projects, 8 fail.
Yeah.
Right? 1 would be successful, but maybe not have a huge impact. But the one that has an impact changes everything, right? It's very similar to investments. So I don't see failure as a problem or something. It's just like it is a part of doing business. And the things that fail yesterday, probably in 1 or 2 years with the lessons that you got, and then there's new technology, you can go revisit them, and then they become successful, right? Failure, for me, it's just part of the innovation process. It's AI, it's no different. I always make the joke, I'm on my 9th conversational AI, on my 9th chatbot, and I always, every time I say this, I get a lot of LinkedIn messages from people selling AI and say, oh, with us, you only do it once. So failing, it just helps you move, right? Sometimes you just need to change the approach, but you're not starting again from 0. You're in 20 when you want to get to 100, right? So it's progressive for me. The concept of failing, yes, you fail, probably The
part of the
learnings will help
innovation
you.
process,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, no,
Perfect.
absolutely. So how has generative AI changed the picture for you? You listed a few challenges there around data, maybe even talent goes into this as well. Has this changed the game in terms of the data that you're throwing into this, and how has your approach to amassing some of that unstructured data worked out for you so far?
Yeah, we're in our last iteration now, leveraging more AI, so we still don't know where are we going to fail. Where we historically fail, it's in scaling conversational AI. Having any conversational AI in one language is difficult. Having it in 2 languages is not twice as difficult, it's 3 times. And the difficulty grows exponentially. You get to a point where you have so many conversation flows that whenever you want to make a change or an update, then you have to go back to so many points that it just collapses, right? In conversational AI, that has been our biggest failing point, and where we are cautiously optimistic now with Gen AI delivering the results. The technology is not yet where the Gen AI can make its own flows at an industrial level, right? You go to ChatGPT, you ask anything. Matthew from Walmart was saying how he starts like putting whatever prompt and then works on whatever ChatGPT gave it. That's amazing, and that's what most people do. But when you go and interact with the subject matter expert, right, which is in this case the bot that represents us, you're not going to edit the answer. If it says to use a hammer to fix the table, you're probably going to use a hammer to fix the table, right? So making sure that the accuracy is there, it's extremely important, and it's something that it's a worry today. And there are different ways to do that. You can not only have your models, but there's embedding, factor a lot of your data. There are many ways that you can go around that.
And what are the results for you at the moment in this chatbot? How is it changing how you're delivering customer experience in terms of the role of maybe the human agents who are working with you in the business? Because this is going to be quite a radical change in your organization and how you approach customer experience.
I don't know how it's going to end up. What I can share is that at the beginning, we always saw conversational AI as a tool that you put between the end user and the agent, and it goes and answers the question. Now we are receiving much, much more value putting the AI behind the agent. Training is really important. When you sell 10,000 SKUs, it is impossible that anybody would be an expert on everything. So what we are doing now is that we put the AI for our agents, and we're going to be working like that probably for another 10 months. As we're asking questions, we keep improving our model. We keep embedding more content. We factorize these conversations that we are having, and we are seeing much, much better results. Our productivity has gone up significantly since we switched the approach, much more than putting the AI between the person and the agent, in our case in particular.
So what does that mean for the future? Because I think that customer experience really is perhaps the most mature and obviously applied area of generative AI in a business context. And it's where you really have to think about how you balance AI capabilities and human capabilities. How do you think businesses should balance AI and human capabilities in the future? Do you think you are getting the performance you need? How are your human employees reacting to the rollout of some of these technologies?
Yeah, that's a great question. Let me start by the reaction. Every day you open whatever you have in the computer or your email, and you get something, okay, this is the end of the customer support agents, right? AI will destroy these kind of jobs. I can tell you, I don't see that anywhere close. And there's something really important again. There are parts where technology would be much better at giving you a quick answer, but when you really want to connect with a company or something, you want to connect with a person. Mm-hmm. Now, AI is extremely powerful getting unstructured data and making sense out of it. When you're having millions of phone calls in a year, you have millions of emails, you have millions of chats, that's so much information. There's so much learning. in those conversations that when you can structure that information and bring in useful things, not only can change your business, it changes the relationship of the people working in the business with the data. We have a global platform, for example, for customer support. Now that we can use AI to summarize the calls, for example, which is a very basic part of Gen AI today, bring everything together and then analyze that summary, we can detect issues, for example, on quality with the same SKU, that different incidents in different regions of the world, and we can make these connections really fast, like pretty much instant time. We can understand things that our customers really love. We understand how they actually love and how they actually talk, and how do they perceive us in many different contexts. And that has been huge. We have a team that it's only focused on continuous improvement. And they use all this data to discover, hey, we have an opportunity here, and channel that to I don't know, product development. People are complaining about this feature. And we can do this at a speed and at a level that it was never possible before. Before, you had to rely on having some small groups of users, testing and giving you feedback. Now, everybody that wants to engage with us not only gives us all these amazing data, their opinion, but we can have ways today to really act on that data, because before we had the data, it was so much that we couldn't really find it or make it useful, make it information.
That's interesting that it might feed back into product development and all the rest of it. How much do you see AI as a broader enabler across your organization then?
It is today a huge enabler. Yeah. It is today a huge enabler. And not only do you have the things that you directly perceive as a company, right? Then you have all the different vendors that are leveraging AI to improve their business, which in turn improves your business. I don't know who I was talking before this, but I was the other day in a conversation with a company that aggregates Uber, DoorDash, all these companies. Use AI to understand what are your requirements, and now they are making same-day delivery something possible. So you see a company like Lowe's that had so much competition from Amazon. Now Lowe's can leverage the big fingerprint that they have on different stores in every city, and leverage that and pick up, you bought something, they pick it up from the store closest to you and deliver it in minutes. How you compete? Those are things that AI has opened. This ability to fill the gaps on things that you don't know, it's extremely powerful.
Absolutely. I think that sounds like a good place to end, but I just want to ask you, what's on the roadmap next? What are you planning to do next?
We continue trying to find different ways to drive value to our end users, to drive value for our channel partners, and use technology to make it easier to work for us, and to make sure that not only we continue having the best products, but we give the best experience with those products. And making sure that the experience is a powerful differentiator in our categories, it's really important, and we will continue trying to see how can we leverage technology to drive more value into the people that trust in us.
Very good. Great. Well, thank you very much, Orlando, and all the best.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Right. Well, that is it for today's event. Thank you very much to our speakers and to our panelists, and to you for the sirens, the significance of the sirens, and maybe our escape plan. Thank you for participating in the debates, and thank you to IBM for supporting this event. It's been a long day, and so I'll keep my closing comments relatively short, but three points that stand out from me that I've learned along the way. One is that there's actually relatively limited use of generative AI, and in some places there's actually probably quite a degree of skepticism that I'm reading from the room. But there seems to be a recognition that just the pace of innovation and the overall interest in it is driving a much more broader involvement in AI and more of that bigger strategic approach to AI across the organization. So that generative AI has played that role in a really interesting interesting way. And that also applies to governance, right? So I think we've seen some tension in organizations where they're thinking that regulation might want to move a bit more quickly, but there's generally some awareness of governance, much more of it, and overall those conversations are being had, so that's actually really encouraging too. And lastly, I've been surprised overall to see speakers to be so welcoming to regulation and standardization. Some concerns about more prescriptive regulation that might hamper innovation, but overall some appeal for some clear rules of the road. So some really interesting discussion. I've really enjoyed today's sessions. There's lots of practical and frank and tangible views. I hope you have all enjoyed it as well. So my thanks again for attending, for debating, and thank you to our speakers and panel participants. And I think it's now over to some closing cocktails. So thank you very much. Thank you.